Rita.
I'm Claire. We're recording now.
And we're recording now. And for those of you
man.
who weren't here, we were just spending some time talking about the word anti-disestablishmentarianism. So you'll have to email your friends.
That's right.
So here's my little post-it that says record.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
That's
goodness.
good. I'm glad you saw that now.
Yes, me too.
Oh.
Yes, better than 5 minutes from now. So to start off, that was one of our things to really get you all rolling.
Get your brains on.
So what I was starting to say is what I really want you to appreciate is that when you delve into this, you feel like, but I don't know enough. Well, I don't know enough. I mean, I'm not a linguist. Some of you may be linguists. I am not. I do know a lot about, language as in language development, not as in multiple languages that people speak around the world. I'm actually quite ignorant to that. So I don't know it all, but I still can get in the water, right? And in getting in the water, I still can have fun. And I may find out that I'm wrong a lot of times. The worst, though, is I actually might have taught that to kids. What I feel bad about is I think I've taught that to kids, that E is a chameleon of X, just assuming that. Never
Right.
really bothering actually to look it up.
That's true.
So that is one thing that the more we have assumptions, actually, the more we start to know, almost the worse it gets.
I know it is. Yeah, you're like, oh, clearly I've seen this kind of suffix before. I've seen, this prefix. I've seen this kind of base word. You're good. We got it.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually, stable is not a base word. It's this ST that comes from this long history all the way back, plus this ABLE, and
Yeah.
So.
Now I have to tell you that some of you might feel more comfortable, and I often do, just going back to the Latin. I mean, the thing about the PIE is it is a proto. The P stands for proto. It's like a theory that linguists are working on. Right. It is very interesting. Sometimes kids are like, I don't know what to do with that, because sometimes the way it looks, they've come to that prototype from looking at all the branches of that one language family. So the letters that you see might make sense if you're looking at, say, doesn't our language also have influence in, is it Indian? I'm thinking, yes, Indian. Yeah. So it might make sense if you look at an Indian word, right? But it doesn't make sense when you're looking at an English word or something like that. So sometimes kids will get a little like, some of them are more into it than others. Right. So I just say, by the way, this actually goes way, way, way back. And this is what it looked like. Let's look at the Latin word here, though. That's probably something you feel a little more comfortable with. That's okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, it doesn't hurt anything. It kind of goes to what your goal is for this. If your goal is that they're spelling something, more confidently, and you're building sort of this like buy one, get 10 free of like, oh, we talked about stable and all the words that are connected to the word stable, and then got to establishment and all these things. And you're like, cool, that was my goal. I wanted to expand their knowledge and vocabulary in this arena, then great. But then if your goal is to, let's dedicate, time and effort to this one single word and see how much information we can gather about it and how then it connects to other words, that's a different style of learning. It's a different style of teaching. And then therefore your investigation level is going to be different.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes we're in the midst of something and we just need to kind of get a basic bit of information and move on. Other times it really becomes, it is the word study lesson.
Right.
Sometimes we set a word aside to get to later because we really don't have time. We look up what it means, and later we want to really look at, what are our theories.
Yeah.
But as we do that, if you were not very familiar with the ABLE suffix and how to use it, you're now more familiar with it, and you might remember it a little more. And for those of you doing phonics, that consonant plus LE ending is just like, so hard to kind of get going and get established. But when you work with a suffix a lot that has, that kind of ending to it, now you have another place it gets practiced other than this handful of words that have it.
Right.
So those are all really, really important things. And if you have a 15-year-old that you're like, hey, we're going to start doing word study, this new thing, and they're like, ugh, well, start with something big.
Yeah.
Don't start with the most basic. Start with something really huge.
Yeah.
And let it be this. This is the kind of stuff we can really learn from here, you know? So.
Okay. Do you want
Oh yeah, people
to-
were commenting that the E has a hyperlink. Yeah, really watch the hyperlinks and follow those little
if you look
trails.
something up in Edum Online.
Yes.
Yeah, things that are like, see this, or here it is. Go follow that trail.
So if you flip to the beginning of your instructional plan where we had our picture of possum, which I believe is on page 6. I want you to know that when we teach our phonics and spelling class, we're teaching this phonology into orthography. When we teach this class, we're teaching morphology, okay, this really study of meaningful parts into orthography. And I'm going to define this for you a little bit. And then how does all that connect to phonology, how we say it? So let me give you an example of this. So I'm not just like using a bunch of words. I'm going to give you some real meaningful things here. When we look at kids' errors, okay, there's spelling errors. So we have kids, Claire can maybe write some of these down for me. We have kids who, and by the way, let me know if I'm too far from the mic since my voice is a little weak. We have kids who may confuse writing was for saw, was and saw. These two words get confused. What and that. On and no. And then sometimes when they're reading, they will mix up and those articles. Okay. So I want you to know that when you see this was and saw, what's going and what's in that and on and no, those first 3 sets, what you're seeing is kids who are not doing a good job tracking sounds. They're looking at whole words. They're guessing when they read. They're starting to write. They're like, oh, I know what that word looks like. And they're just guessing what it looks like. They're not tracking sounds across. Okay. The and the, they're kind of, again, weak phonology. They're skipping to their semantic skills. They know that those are articles and what they do. I mean, they may not call them that. They might not know the grammar term for it, but their brain knows what those words do. And they just like randomly select. Okay. Both ways, this is a weakness in phonological skills. Okay. Then we have these types of errors. We have,
sorry, this is all phonological.
and so for spelling, you need phono. Oh, that L.
Sorry, the L and the L. Having handwriting.
All of a sudden, I saw a D. Okay. No, it's fine.
Phonological. Versus.
Okay. So clearly, this is a skill we need for spelling and writing and reading, right? Then you have this type of error where you might have a child who writes definite. Let's write it the wrong way.
Which was
Write it the wrong way.
The wrong way. Okay.
You can pick anything
So
you want.
def.
You can,
I always screw up the ending.
IT.
IT.
All right, your ITE.
IT.
And do your backwards receive.
Remember,
that's wrong.
That's
sorry.
wrong.
Ooh,
Okay.
I switched my
Oh
wrongs
my
and rights.
gosh.
Sorry.
She's messing with me.
I'm gonna circle the rights.
Okay.
Okay. Apologize. How many people know how many P's go in apologize?
And I'm gonna write the correct one over here. Definite. Receive.
Apologize is with 2 P's. Yeah, there you go. That's the wrong one.
That's the wrong
yeah.
one. Oh my, I'm never gonna spell it right again.
I know, I'm sorry.
Apologize versus apologize.
Maybe I'll finally remember now.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And then you might have kids who confuse like bake and back. Like you see them spell, they want to write back, but instead they wrote the word bake or something like that. Or vice versa. Okay. You see this with make and mac, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This is orthographical. Okay, they're tracking sounds. They know the sounds. They're not really putting together the spelling that represents that sound. Okay. Okay, does that make sense? So orthography is really holding in our memory what letter combinations represent the sounds we are tracking. And this is the thing I said, that once kids are reading and writing, these two processes tend to run together at the same time. But then we see this other kind of error.
Oh, I forgot there were 3 kinds. Oh, I'm gonna go to.
I don't know if there's space that way. We'll have to see.
No,
Yay,
there
there
is.
is. What if you have kids that go to write the word word, W-E-R-E, and instead of writing word, they write where? Or kids who mean to write the word past, as in past tense, P-A-S-S-E-D. No, that's the one.
P-A-S?
That's the goal. The goal
They
is
want-
P-A-S-S-E-D. Like, he passed the ball to me,
Right.
and instead they write P-A-S-T. Sorry, Claire's being my writer, but she doesn't know
Yes.
where I'm going
I
with all
know.
this. And they mean to write have to, and instead they write have to. And they write it as one word.
Have to.
Okay? This is morphological. This is a breakdown in understanding word parts and really getting into meaning and word parts. Can I just finish my thought more, or is there confusion?
I just had another good example that came up today with a student.
Oh, good.
He
Give it.
was trying to write the word depend, and he instead wrote deep end.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
It was a really
Now-
interesting one I hadn't come across too. It's kind of a combo of errors.
Depend.
I was
And
gonna
he
say it's
wrote
kind of a combination. It's
that
not-
one's a combination.
Yeah. So here we have.
But he understood it from a morphological perspective in terms of helping him see the difference. What is happening?
Struggling. Really.
Or deepen. Deepen would be another problem.
Oh,
Let's
my
deepen our learning.
gosh.
I love this because I
Oh,
just love this
man.
because this is usually me.
Okay. he
It really
wanted-
shows you. Get under a camera, man. You're in trouble. Okay.
So wait, I'm sorry, Maura. He wanted to write the word
Depend.
depend.
And he wrote deep end.
Deep end.
Deep end, as in like the deep end of a pool.
Gotcha.
No,
Oh.
not deepened. Yeah, he wrote deep end.
Okay. So when you're having this breakdown at the level of meaning and at the level of suffixing and prefixing, right? And to the degree of not even really tracking that, what does this really mean versus this?
Mhm.
It's morphological. Now, what you're probably saying to yourself, well, wait a minute, I think my child doesn't really discriminate have to from have to. And so, because we all say it that way, right? I have to go. I have to go. Even though I say have to go, if you really have good morphological skills, you know, no matter how I pronounce it, I'm saying I have to go,
Right.
right?
Sorry, I have one more example that came up yesterday.
Okay, well, let me just finish on this one.
Yeah.
This one, he knew what he wanted. Sometimes, again, it could be processing too. Because of weak processing, things have gotten mixed up in kids' heads over time. But Moore felt like he really knew it. So this was really him figuring out, wait a minute, depend is one word. It's not 2 words. And there's this D that I hear that's probably a prefix because I know that. If you don't know it, if you have weak morphological skills, you don't know it, and then you don't know how to spell it.
Right. And this is an example of actually like this is strong phonological skills. Right?
He's trying.
That
Yeah.
he's like, oh, it's deep end, right? You can sound your way through this. But again, going back to why all of Possum is interwoven is that you can't just depend on a single area, right? Because if we're only using one, we're going to lose in other places.
Yes, right. We need this interconnection. Go ahead, Maura.
I was just going to say a really common morphological error I see all the time is the difference between that DE prefix when it's followed by something that starts with an S, as opposed to the DIS prefix. So people spell things like decide, they'll spell with that DIS. So they're not pulling in that meaning that when we have the DIS prefix, it means not,
Yes.
right? So it doesn't make sense to be part of a word like decide or decision or something like that. And I see kids make this mistake all the time.
Right. Another one we see, and you may see this, is they don't separate what is a letter versus what is a sound versus what is a prefix or suffix.
Yeah.
So if I gave them a word they didn't know, like bestow, they write a B,
As in be
right? Or,
stow, right? Instead of,
okay, if they go to spell a word like usually, instead of realizing, oh, I hear a U sound, right? They think of the word you, and they'll do this kind of use, and then SLY or something like that.
usually.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, it sounds like the word you. So that's what they write down. So they're not doing a really good job. If you have a struggling learner, you know what I'm talking about. They're not really separating out what's a letter, what's a word, what's a suffix, what's a prefix. And all of this has to be explicitly taught. Now, all of us make some errors, and all of this word study improves all of our spelling, right? But for the struggling learner, it's just downright critical. Yeah. And you can't separate this from spelling. In fact, I was just saying, we made a mistake calling our phonics and spelling class phonics and spelling, and then calling this word study. Because word study is spelling too, and it almost gives the impression that it's really phonics and spelling is spelling part 1, and word study is spelling part 2. So I just really want to help you get this big picture of why we're here and why we're doing all this. Even if you were already a convert, it helps you when you see your own kids' mistakes to help have a sense of what's going on and what all you need to look at and the way you need to help them not only learn each of these, but put it together.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm going to flip back to us.
Oh, another one we often see, go ahead, you can flip back.
Okay.
But another one we often see is kids will write an L for the L. If a word begins with the syllable L, like elephant, they'll just write an L. And they're like, wait, even if they know that's not right, they're like, now I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So yeah, we got a few comments that people are seeing these kinds of errors. Right? This is not unfamiliar.
It's a good suggestion. Spelling with phonics and spelling with word study.
Yeah, I was thinking
that is a good suggestion.
I like that a lot.
Someone write that down.
Somebody over there. Chewy.
Of course, then we'll get, is spelling with word study the same as last year's word study?
Right. Yes.
Yes, we
Sort
just
of,
keep
yes.
changing on you to keep you on your toes.
That's right. You gotta keep with the times. Okay. So as you coughing makes me want to cough.
Be sure to cough on you.
That's right. Thank you. Okay, a quick note as we're kind of getting back into the instructional plan, but before we do, a couple other points. And I think we sort of started talking about this not last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, about pronunciation. And we're going to talk more about this today a little bit, but this idea that pronunciation of words changes much, much faster than spelling of words changes. And so we have kind of 2 things that impact pronunciation, and it kind of rhymes, which I like, that time and location impact pronunciation. It's a little rhymey thing to remember.
That was a quote by Maura.
It was, and it was brilliant and memorable.
Can you say it again?
Maura wants to remember what she said.
I don't remember. I didn't hear what you said.
You said it in the last class.
Yeah, you said
last year.
You said time and location impacts pronunciation.
I'm so smart.
You are.
No.
And pithy.
Smart and pithy.
But basically, that's kind of a good reminder for you that when we start looking back through the history of all these words, and you're like, well, maybe we don't say it quite that same way anymore. Think about the fact that over a relatively short amount of time, a pronunciation might change, and then you compound that to possibly several thousand years with some of these really, really old histories. Plus, location is a huge impact, right? We get accent, we get dialect, all of these things piling on top of each other, right? How I say a word is going to be different than someone who's in the same country as me, speaks the same language as I do, but lives in a slightly different geographical location, let alone into different countries, into different cultures, into different native languages, and then you're adding English on top of that.
Even in the same area,
Mm-hmm.
even in this Cincinnati area, we have different pronunciations based on what area of town you live in, what's your socioeconomic
Right.
status, what's, whatever. There's so many things that influence, I grew up in, my dad was first generation American from Italian family that didn't speak English. He grew up speaking English, but the grammar was terrible. My grandparents both dropped out of school when they were 13, and my dad dropped out of school when he was, I don't know, maybe 15 or 16. So, and hadn't done well in school. And, everything was used to do this. And we was, I mean, there were a lot of grammatical errors in my family unit that we all kind of had to unlearn.
Right.
So you have that going on.
Right. Yeah, and actually that brings up an interesting point. I don't know if we talked about this or we've talked about this in maybe some other classes, that you just said grammatical errors. And we get this difference between sort of an accepted or a broad definition of what is correct in a language versus these more specific areas that speak sort of versions of English. So that would be a version of English in which, in your family, saying, I don't know, we was going somewhere is acceptable within that family culture.
You hear this with frustrated and flustrated. Flustrated is actually kind of acceptable around like some of the Appalachian influenced areas. And you're like, wait, did they just say frustrated?
Or is that a
was
word?
Did they mean frustrated,
Yeah.
or is this a different word? And it's just accepted, not differentiated.
Right.
So
right. And we do talk about this, understanding your own cultural language and heritage that comes from that is really important. It is also important to know the sort of that broader, like what is widely accepted as the version of the language, right? So there's a lot of communication that is sort of compounding on top of that. So kind of a little note about like accent and pronunciation changes there.
They happen to be talking about, so when you switch to your camera to do this lesson,
talking that beforehand.
I thought that was related
to
that
is.
lesson.
Oh, it is. Never mind.
I was going to say, I'll just show them this because they're talking about it as you make the switch over.
Sure. So they've been talking about,
they're talking about how some of these things are such common errors that some of these spelling errors I mentioned are so common that they make pages for them in their LA binder, and we do the same thing. And Linda had mentioned this here, there, and where, that here, there, and where share spelling traits and they share meaning. And this is like a kind of a mnemonic type that spelling image that someone had created to help kids remember there's an I in there. And also you see this THE pattern in them and they. And then that, as opposed to there as in they are, and that's a word some, that's a contraction. So you can put pages like this in your spelling binder. That's what you all are talking about. And
yeah,
we're like,
I think this is just a page that Rita had. This isn't one of ours, but it just exemplifies, I think, you can kind of Google that kind of stuff.
Put it back up for a second. People can see the photo if they want it. You can
get
create this. I often have kids write the word, the THEIR, and decorate that little person, because they can be involved in that kind of little thing. And we'll build this as our own page. We won't put a printed version. We do a lot of writing and drawing and making a page for it, which is actually better for trying to remember it because of theirs. I mean, that kind of thing can permeate through high school and college. People still mess that up as adults. So it's good to have that involved in making those pages.
And then we might have this veer off into a page about WH question words. Whoop, that is not coming out at all.
You need no, you need a vis-a-vis marker.
Yeah, sorry guys. This WH being a page about WH question words, right? That holds meaning together. And that this is as opposed to the here. So we can, sometimes we'll have these pages that we make and kids kind of, put a lot of different things together. And then, as I said, this gives, kind of harkens to they and them.
Yeah, there's a lot of different patterns.
Those are the people ones, right?
Yeah.
So you get that.
I was going to add, there's another pattern, and we look for a lot of these kinds of patterns. A lot of my students also flip the E and the I, and I talk about that in all of the versions of there, it's always THE, right? So it's another pattern that no matter what there you're going to write, it always starts with this THE. And then we can decide, oh, are we talking about people? Are we talking about place? Are we talking about the contraction? Right.
Yep.
So
I do the same thing, Claire. I always draw them to the pattern of the THE begins every there.
Yeah. So the here, there, where gives harkens to the meaning of place, right? And then this WH has an additional meaning of a question word.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, those are the kinds of spelling patterns we look for, and word study is behind a lot of this. Okay, because words that tend to share spelling often share meaning. And if you think about it, you see that in words like here, there, and where.
Yes.
And you see it in the question words. So, and then you see it in the they, them, and there. So, so that is all word study stuff. It's not just random little cute things to remember. So,
yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Oh, do you want to do what have on one of your, did you want to use
one of them? I don't know.
I don't know if you
I'm
want
not sure
to.
if that's, let's talk about it. We'll do it on
Okay.
here and then we'll do a different one. Okay. We're going to
Can't
talk
find it
about,
anyway,
it's
so.
over here.
Oh.
We're going to talk about the homework that we had given you from last week. Thank you. Which was the word
Sorry.
have. This lovely, lovely word.
Can I interject? I didn't
Yeah.
think that was part of the homework.
Was it not?
Not the homework I wrote down.
Just kidding. Okay. We're going to talk about this word regardless.
We're talking either way.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a good word to talk about. It exemplifies my point
Yeah,
about
people are commenting. They were, just so you guys remember, they were given the word
right.
prediction, and they were gonna make a matrix with hope.
Ah.
And I think we gave them a couple high frequency
not.
words. I can't remember. if number 3 or not.
We actually, sorry, we switched up the order on you. I was going to talk about the homework because I'm talking about these little words. Okay.
Right. Later.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
so
yes,
we are going to talk about the homework, just not right now.
After Claire, I'm going to
After
talk
me.
about it.
Cool.
Sorry. Thank you, Maura. We're going to talk about our lovely word of have here, which has a lot of really, really good things that kind of get piled on top of it. It's a great little lesson word because it's one of those tiny words that shows up a lot, and it might be written a lot, gets read a lot, and so we want to kind of see the whole family that gets connected to it. So the first thing just to note about the word have, we had the jobs of the single silent E was something that mostly comes up in the phonics class, but it does get kind of reinforced in this class. Yes.
Are you working out of an instructional plan page at this point or not?
I am-
We're starting, we're getting ready to go into page 5.
We're going, not page 5.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, I mean, not page 5, level 5.
Yeah, we're headed into level 5, but this is kind of pre-level 5. We're kind of reviewing some stuff from last week and covering just kind of this little mini lesson about that.
Thanks. Sorry, people were asking.
No, that's fine. I forgot to say that. Thank you. Okay, so have is a good example of the second job of the single silent E, which we have this printout. I think we talked about it last time. So the second job of the single silent E is that there are no words in English that end in just a V. We always have to have an E that goes with it. So we have this hanging with the V at the end of a word rule. This is just a good example of that. So that is the job that it's doing at this point. And so our pronunciation of this word the E does not impact that pronunciation. However, we can add prefixes to this word. So if anybody has any prefixes that we can add to the word have, lay them on me. Nice. Okay. So a few people have written in that we can add BE to the beginning. And when we put these together, this no longer says have. Right? So BE plus HAVE gives us the new word of not behave, but behave. So the reason we talk about this here is that this is a perfect example of how morphology, so this word study breaking apart, impacts our pronunciation. That our word without any prefixes or suffixes on it is pronounced one way, but then when we start adding things to it, we can actually change or end up changing our pronunciation of the original base word. Suddenly our E at the end is not just hanging with the V, it's also making our A long. For this reason, this is sort of one of the arguments toward why you might spell out the sections of a word before you actually get to the way the final word is pronounced, so that it's not B plus have, it's BE plus HAVE gives you this new word, which is now pronounced behave. That makes sense, everybody? Okay, so time and location impact pronunciation, but also morphology. So also the adding of prefixes and suffixes impact morphology. Thank you. Or impact pronunciation, sorry. I have all these tiny Post-it notes I'm running around between. Okay. The other thing that this word can do, several people added a couple other prefixes and suffixes that we can add to the word have, or to HAVE. Just going to show a couple more, a quick review. We did drop the E, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a quick review of that. If we have HAVE plus ING.
Plus, we're not really teaching it. We're just reviewing here.
Yeah,
so just so you know, if you need big teaching on this rule, it's in the phonics and spelling class. We're just reviewing and connecting dots for you.
Right. This is a drop the E because we're adding our vowel suffix. So that E gets dropped and it gives us our new word having. Okay, so there again, our pronunciation of have did not change, but we have dropped our E. Somebody, I think Brandy, put in this lovely word, which if you have strong phonological skills and strong morphological skills, you would probably come up with that this is a derivative of the word have. We can see it hanging out.
And we've looked it up.
And we've looked it up. That also helps.
Yes, to the point we were making earlier.
That's right. No assumptions anymore.
Oh, here's
thank you. Okay. Which then brings me to my next question of how do we break this word apart? What are its various pieces? We can probably see the beginning is very similar to up here. So we have our BE plus HAVE, and we've dropped that E, we can see in the final version of the E, but now we have this ending going on here. So does anybody have any ideas? Just I'll throw it out there before I give it away. Anybody has any notions about what's happening at the end of the word behavior? Linda's got an idea.
Ding, ding, ding.
Linda wins the prize. Yes, okay. So we've seen this OR suffix probably before. It comes up on the ends of what Linda said. Comes up on the ends of words, but that leaves this little tiny I hanging out in the middle here. What we have here is a connector vowel. So our connector vowel I plus our suffix OR gives us back to our, I'll just draw my arrow up there, our word behavior. Valerie, I'm going to talk about that comment in just a second.
Yes.
So this is like I said, a connector vowel. It is one of 3 Latin connector vowels.
You can show this. I asked permission.
Oh, cool.
So this is from, oh, you want to say who it's
Oh,
from?
whatever. You can go ahead.
Go ahead. It's from Mary Beth Stephen.
I can remember.
She has a blog called Mary Beth Stephen's Classroom Blog. She shows a lot of word study ideas. She is a structured word inquiry purist, but she has, and she does also teach on that if you want to dig deeper. She has lots of great ideas, lots of great videos if you go to her website. And she also has some teaching cards, kind of like the kinds of things she puts up in her classroom and has around. And this one is about the connecting vowels, and it just separates out what it is, what it does. It's just another word forming element.
Right.
And we see it, and we'll see it, and she gives some nice examples that you see it in facial and partial. You see that Latin one.
That I, this is what we're talking about today.
Right. You definitely
zoom in a
recognize
little bit.
that O in the Greek. Yes.
There you go.
So I just wanted you to be aware of these cards. And this one in particular, I think, was a nice one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
And it's not that you need to buy this, but I want you to know that she has this resource out there.
Right. And this can actually, you can use this kind of thing as an inspiration where something similar and maybe with less information on it, depending on where your student is at, but it's kind of a good way of thinking about, okay, we've talked about some connector vowels. Maybe we've only talked about the I so far. We're going to make a binder page for it, right? This is kind of a super informative, like wall page almost, right? It's this nice little cardboard thing. But a binder page works very, very similarly.
And you can build toward that. Right?
Exactly. So if you only have I so far, then we're going to say we know the Latin connecting vowel I. We're going to put it, we might come up with an example or two and add that to our page. And that's all we're going to have so far until we talk about our other connector vowels.
Right. Or you might do the opposite. You can also say, hey, we just saw a connector vowel. I want you to know here are some other ones. We're going to be on the lookout for them. We're going to put them in our binder page so that when we find them and we wonder, is this true? First of all, you can click those little links on Edema Online, but also we can go to our binder page and find them. So you can do it either way. It doesn't matter. I mean, I think, again, these are the kinds of things we finesse based on the student, where they're at, what they're learning. A really young student, we kind of go about it more progressively. An older student, we might just, let them know it's coming because they're dealing in a lot of big words. Okay.
So these connector vowels, aside from being just a piece of history and a piece of knowledge about word construction, also save us from having to memorize more and more suffixes, right? That instead of knowing that OR is a suffix and IOR is a suffix and IOUS, right? We know that this is a suffix we see a lot, and this is a piece that we see a lot, and they get connected from time to time, right?
You were going to get to OUR.
I was.
Okay. Just reminding you.
I just wanted to, kind
in
of cover
case I
that.
distracted you.
Yes, no, you're fine. So someone, I believe Valerie, brought up the fact that, and I think Valerie, you are in New Zealand, Australia. I don't remember. Across the way a little bit, that they do not spell behavior.
It's a British.
It's a
whatever
British
it is. It's British
history
spelling.
Yes, they spell behavior this way, with a lovely OUR as our suffix. This is one of those spelling distinctions between American English and British English, or other countries that are English but sort of come from a British influence. Yeah,
like British colony.
Yes, that are like Australia, New Zealand,
I think Canada.
Canada does it. Parts of Africa, kind of India, basically everywhere except America.
Singapore. Yeah, we're rebels. Okay, that's the bottom line. We Americans are rebels.
This is just a difference in spelling. It's kind of it means the same thing. The OR, the American English OR suffix and the British English OUR suffix. They are pronounced the same. They mean the same. It's just a matter of whichever one the culture or country you come from uses, then that's the one you want to know.
And this was a case where the British actually
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
like that the Americans
I'm gonna go back to what they said.
had their own dictionary, whatever. I think it was something like that. Anyway, the British wanted to distinguish themselves from
Oh,
Americans,
Americans.
and they went back in time and found an older spelling and began establishing that older spelling.
Right.
So I just think it's funny,
kinda
you know,
cool.
that this little bit of love-hate relationship that's been going on in
Right.
various ways, even in spelling.
Right. Right.
So I think Maura's going to join us on that thought.
Well, yeah, Brandy had just said she thought that Americans did it on purpose, but which you would
That's what I thought.
it actually was the opposite way. It was
Yeah.
British English trying to distinguish himself from the sort of bastardization of English version they were considering American English to be. So
Right, right.
they actually dug back in and pulled out some of those Latin spellings that in their English actually had been done away with, and they brought them back,
Right.
which is quite fascinating.
It is cool. And it's always one of those things, I think I do this, I have to remind myself that OR and OUR are actually pronounced the same, because every time I see something or read something that's like, this is a British publication of a book, and I see something like humor, right? So HUMOR in America, HUMOUR in the rest of the English speaking world.
Mhm.
And I'd always want to read it like humor. Right?
Yeah.
So I was like, or it always has but they are pronounced the same.
So, you know, you could use that humor, Valerie, if it does confuse your kids, you know, that now we're being very British and now we're being very American, you know?
Right.
But it is true that I can remember that when I was young, reading books that were British and American books, and you would see this difference in the spelling. And it actually, the OUR didn't stick at all. I think as a struggling speller anyway, I thought I'm not adding any more letters than I have to,
Right.
but
That's
it was
probably
the
true.
gray that got me on that one.
Right.
All right.
Do you want me to use this to talk about take real quick?
Yes.
Can I just point out too, you'll often see differences in S's versus Z usage at the ends of words from American and English and British spelling as well. So you can look out for that and notice, like I was just with a student today, we were trying to spell offense and defense, which is spelled with an S at the end. And I actually think it's the opposite. It's C for British, but S for American. And we thought it was the other way. Because people have started confusing them. That's what happens too. You'll have some Americans start to adopt some British spellings because they're seeing it in literature and that they don't necessarily know is British. And we, you know, people who are who have strong visual word form memory skills adopt spellings of things that they see commonly. I've never spelled the word gray the American way because I grew up reading a lot of British literature, so I always think it's EY, even though it's AY in America, but I never spell it that way. So, you know, both are correct, so I let kids use the one that they're gonna attach to more, as long as it is a correct version.
Yep, the only time
practice. Thank you.
I was going to say, actually, Valerie, if you don't mind, I think you are writing to only panelists. So some of your really good examples, other people are not seeing. If you can make sure that says to all panelists and attendees, and maybe post a couple of those in there.
Right, because you do have some good
really good
comments
examples
here.
I was going to say, what was I going to say? About the only time, Maura's comment about whichever one sticks more permanently for them, whichever one you're really, what your goal is to teach them and where they're writing. The only time it would ever present, I think, a large issue is if you're talking about being published. You know, if you're spelling with British spellings through an American publisher, they're going to edit them and make them American
Hopefully
spellings.
they'll edit them.
Hopefully.
Editing doesn't seem to be happening at quite the rate it used to be.
Yeah. So it's not a huge deal as long as there's understanding behind why the spelling is, you know, and a consistency behind it.
Was take one of our homework
No,
words?
I was going to use a homework word.
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking. I would just wrap
Oh,
the
you're just
homework
gonna
into
do,
this.
that's perfect
Just so we keep moving along.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, leave that on. Let's, well, I just want to tell you, just as a summary, that I had been building this.
Nope,
Oops,
wrong way.
wrong way. Sorry.
I'll zoom
We
out.
were building this last week. This is actually a sample.
Ah,
So this is what we were building. And if you notice under the affixes, the connecting vowels are now on there. Okay. And we've been talking about free base words and bound base words so far. Okay. All right. Just to
a quick review of that.
quick review of where we're going. This one back to me. Yes. Okay. So we're at the level 5 now, top of the page. We did forget that the reason we did have, which Maura discovered, was because we didn't get to it last time and it was in level 4.
Right.
So sorry for that.
right. Yeah.
We had planned everything we were going to do last week, and then I just absolutely just collapsed, and we ended up canceling the class. So coming back, we had forgotten why we were doing half. Okay, so I notice at the beginning of level 5, I just kind of throw everything at you. Start practicing prefixes, start practicing suffixes. And it feels like, well, what do I do? Do I get out flashcards? Do I, no, you do what we've been doing so far. Like I've done the flashcard thing, and flashcards are fine for, I want you to see this suffix and know how to pronounce it right away. Ly, what do you say? Lee, okay? ION, right? IOU or CIOUS, even though that's a syllable chunk. Shus, sometimes I do that kind of thing because I want kids to have that kind of practice. But that's the kind of schooly thing that we all did, and we still didn't really get it.
Right.
So we want to do the opposite. We want to take words and start using words and start building into our prefix and suffix bank. And what I'm giving you here are some of the more common ones that are so important for us to be aware of, watch for them, fold them in, and we like to use words that kind of gets us there. Now what happens is in the early stages, you're using really simple words like take,
right?
Or you might be using a simple word like help or love or like or ship or pack, okay? But that gets you lots of things. You're getting the doubling rule, you get the drop the E rule, you may get the Y to an I rule, and it starts getting you a lot of these suffixes that we have listed here.
I was gonna say, it can also get you to more complex words, like the word have leading to behavior. Behavior is more complicated to spell, it's more complicated to read. And so that's also, especially if your student's a little bit older, and again, it's that like, why am I working with a word that I know this well and this tiny word? Again, it can grow because of this sort of hunting for prefixes and suffixes.
Right. So one of the words I believe that you did, love is not a simple word, haha, and in many ways.
No, you want this word.
Oh, yes, thank you. All right. So Claire's going to switch for us.
Explain what it is that you're writing on.
So yes, do you want to tell us what this is?
Oh, I can. Okay, so last week we showed you guys the word study. No, I was going to find one. Word study castles, right? Which are just the 3 chunks, and we sent those to you. We are now on level 5. Yes, we're right at the beginning of level 5. This is just sort of another thing. It's a little word study dragon. He goes with the castles.
Claire has been developing these multiple word study
matrices, I guess.
Yes, I guess they're I was thinking of images was the word I was trying to go for. So you got to see these guys. So here's her dragon, and here's her elephant. Do you want me to do the elephant?
I don't care, whichever one you want to do.
Were you going to save this for anything particular?
No,
okay, I'll do the elephant. So one of the words we have, can we get these? We knew you were going to say
I know. We're working on a packet of them.
We could
eventually
do it for now. We could do it for now.
Maybe.
Because you're here today? Yes. Okay. We are hoping to have a packet of them, but that packet is not getting out. Pinwheels has deflated everything. So everyone who, a Godzilla.
That's awesome.
Okay. We'll share ours if you share yours.
Right.
Yeah, that would be great. Yes, we will share. Can we send these out later when we send the video?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Here.
You can make a note. Thank you.
Sorry, I say this. Oh, sure. Like Claire's the one who has to go do it, right? So for take, you may have noticed this suffix. Okay. We don't say taked, although I did that in one class. I put an ED up here, not thinking, and someone had to tell me, Rita, no taked. But take in is what I have here. And I want to just show you that we have a lot of words that use this en suffix. Can I zoom in?
Oh, they did not do take for homework. They did hope.
Oh, you did hope for homework. Oh, well, we're doing take real fast. I thought it was homework. I'm sorry. All right. So I want you to see this en. We have take, taken. We have the B with en is been, right? You have risen, fallen, eaten, driven, and then again, I already said the been. So you may have seen that. we also have, so if we did word sum for take plus en, we get, I'm going to have to do this in his ear, take plus en, you drop the e. Taken. Have you taken my favorite cookies? All right. But if we use a word like out or away, we get take plus out, creates a new word, take out. We do not drop the e. And the reason is because these are each base words. And the drop the e rule applies to suffixing, not when we make a compound word. So that's just a really important thing for you to know, because you may come upon this. Your student might say to you, hey, why didn't we drop the e? I just want you to be very aware of that. Okay, so that's like the biggest reason we were going to go through take. The other word that you had was the, you can use it if you want.
Oh,
It's
whatever.
the P, was it predict?
Yeah.
Is that correct? So what is nice about predict, like act, like script,
The
okay,
whole word was.
is they're
Cannot
pretty
write a straight line
prolific
straight.
words. So what were some of the words you got from predict?
I'm
People
more
are
is doing the
doing
en words.
Yeah. So go ahead and put the DI.
Well, I was gonna say, did you guys talk about the base word of it?
I believe we had already talked about what is a
Okay.
bound base.
Yes. Okay, so we have our bound base
There,
of
there,
dict.
now you got it.
So we have, okay, so pre
So Linda gave us pre, dict,
dict
and the ION.
shown. ION, we have
Dictate,
predictable, able,
and then
dictate, ate.
ABLE plus ITY.
Oh yeah, plus
No,
predictability.
No.
Predictability? Is that a
no,
word?
yeah. Wait a minute. Predictability. Let's figure that one out.
Let's see. Verdict. Oh, that's a good one. BER.
Edict.
Edict. Let's see. Dictatorial. Ooh, I like that one.
That's
Predict.
probably dictatorial is probably, where are we? I got to look at it.
I'm just
Okay, so
scrolling
that's
by.
probably ATE.
Diction air. Would that be ARY? Yeah.
No. So dictatorial would be DICT, I believe.
Yeah.
ATE.
Yeah.
O connector. No, OR.
Dictatorial. Oh my gosh, that's a
What
long
do you
one.
think? I don't know. We're going to have to kind of guess about that one. So we can't tell you right offhand what we think all the word sums are. We can have theories of what we think all the word sums are, and we can look them up. And you could even, if you were doing this with your student and you felt like, wow, this is getting overwhelming, you could take a few words, and you can even split it up among your family. So older kids could get words like addict and abdicate and valediction and I don't know, verdict maybe. And middle schoolers might get dictation and contradiction, right? And younger kids might get predict and dictionary. So you can really make this a family affair, and you can begin to have theories, and then your kids of different age levels, or if you're in a classroom, different groups can be looking them all up. Does this theory hold water? If I think that IOR is a suffix, am I right? I have to look it up and see, is there any evidence that there are IOR suffixes? Well, we have behavior, but that was an I plus an OR.
Right.
So you begin to do this kind of work, and that's why it's on Post-its, because you're going to put some things on Post-its that you find out later somewhere. You're on Mrs. Stevens' classroom blog, and you find out, oh, that's not a prefix. That's not a suffix. and then you have a new theory. That's a great thing about a Post-it. You just take it off, right? Also, sometimes what we will start to do is kind of organize our Post-its according to alphabetical order, so that you can find all the A ones, and you can find all the O ones, and then all the I ones, and all the D ones, and all that. So that's another nice thing about Post-its.
Nice.
Okay. All
What do you
right.
want to do?
So then the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is that I wanted to review with you the chameleons, just to do a little better job on.
Do you want it under there? Or do you want it?
Yeah, I was going to do it under here. I was going to show it.
That's fine.
I think I'm zoomed. Am I
No,
zoomed?
you're not.
No. Why isn't the whole page in? So I want you to know, in our word study curriculum, we do have a lesson on chameleon prefixes. And I just wanted to show you that, because it is helpful to go through it with our example. So what we did is we just started off with this example of two prefixes, in and x. And we began to take words that kids are familiar with. What does it mean to inhale? And they can feel it. What does it mean to exhale? And by the way, I love Tracy's chameleon she painted. And then we begin to talk about this idea that in can mean in and X can mean out. And you can either just teach this, or you can, at this point, if you've done some word study, you can go to Edum Online and investigate. Okay? And so we begin to look at what happens to this IN prefix. Now, there is an IN prefix that means not, but we're talking about the ones that mean in. Okay? What happens to this IN prefix when we put it with the base word PRESS?
I think in meaning not is the same prefix though, right?
What do you mean?
It's still IN,
IN.
but I think they have two different roots.
But
I
it's
think
still
they have-
chameleons, I believe. It's still a chameleon.
Oh,
it
yeah,
is still a
is.
chameleon, yes, but I think they have two different roots or something. That's why they have two
I did not
different
actually
meanings.
know that. I thought they were the same prefix that had two meanings, but
I'm not sure how they get their two meanings.
but
I
it
thought-
also chameleons. I just wanted to show that
Okay.
to let them know that
Yes,
they'll
that
see
is
that
true.
one chameleon too.
Yes. So the one I have here in my example is the in that means in, is the point I was trying to make. So we have in plus press. And what happens when you try to say in and then put your lips together for the P for press? And what we do when we try to say in press is, over time, it just easily becomes, because we shorten, we're rapid, we're always co-articulating, it becomes impress. That's why the new word input is not input. To input something in your computer is still spelled IN. But I wonder 100 years from now if it will not be an IN anymore. So the same thing happens when we have, so now X means out, so we have express, nothing changed. It's not a guarantee it's going to change, it just sometimes changes. So you have in plus that P again, in plus port, you get import. The X plus the port doesn't change, you get export. And then this very important word that a lot of kids spell, important, you have an opportunity to work on that. So we take this, in our word study, we take you through the lesson of chameleon prefixes, and we have this available for you to do with kids, where you can look up words, what happened to them, what is the word, what is the prefix that ended up as a result of this assimilation that takes place, this change in articulation that takes place, okay? And I just want you to know that that is available, that lesson is available in Word Study.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, everyone.
Okay.
I wanted you to just show them
Yeah.
that.
This is also inside the word study curriculum. This is kind of another way of depicting things, depicting a group of words as opposed to a matrix. So the matrix really shows the breakdown, just a quick show you, right? The breakdown of prefixes, base word, suffix. This, a word web, shows you the whole word, but how they're all related to each other. So if our base word
There's
is...
one on the next page. That's what I was just
nice.
going to show.
Okay. I'm going to flip to the one that's already printed. If the base word is script, we keep that in the center. And then in these different boxes around, we have full words that all have something in common with each other. So this box, for example, they all start with the same prefix of C-O-N, con. So we get conscript, conscripts, conscription, conscriptions, conscripted, conscripting. Right? Over here, we see manu, M-A-N-U, plus script. So manuscript, manuscripts, manuscripted. So you get kind of this grouping that happens. And this can be really helpful for kids if just kind of a way of organizing it mentally. And you can see just how many words are related and how even just adding an S to something, we don't have to think about it as this whole other word, right? It's just the same word we had before, and now we're adding another piece of meaning, another S, or another suffix, excuse me, to it. So it's just another way of organizing information and looking at derivatives.
Right. So you have a sample of that, and you have the blank in the word study.
Right. So this is all from, and the Chameleon prefix lesson is all from the word study curriculum, which is available on our website for sale.
So I will turn back. Sorry, Claire.
No, it's okay.
Switch from where we were.
You are okay.
Here we are.
All right. Cool. Okay. So we're going to scoot down to our, we're doing that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. To the little part in lesson 5 that says insight. Insight. I keep moving off camera. Insight words. These are what we now call caution or common words. Insight is a term that we do like to use sometimes. And I'm going to explain kind of where that comes from a little bit. But these are basically words that tend to be small, tend to be little chunky words that we use a ton. And they don't necessarily have really clear phonetic spellings. They tend to have maybe something unexpected about them. The example under there is, or the one I'm going to talk about, is the word one. That O-N-E is not pronounced how you would expect it, just looking at it from a purely phonetic standpoint. There is something else going on with the word. The reason they're listed as insight words, sometimes you might hear these kinds of words referred to as sight words. And did we already talk about insight words last week? Now I'm confusing things. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes you might hear these referred to as sight words, meaning just kind of looking at them. Here they are. Boom, you've got them in your sights. You've got them kind of memorized. We don't like thinking about them like that because of what Rita was talking about at the beginning with those morphological mistakes and orthographical mistakes and phonological errors that happen. Is we want to be pulling on as many of these good language skills as possible. And if we're relying completely on memory, where your entire knowledge of a word, including its spelling and sound, is only coming from memorizing it, you've upped the chances of making an error with it, which is how we get was instead of saw, right? That kind of flipping, because they're only depending on their memory of that word. So we don't want to do, or we don't refer to them as sight words because of that. I forget who it is who calls them insight words.
Gina Cook.
Gina Cook calls them insight words, just as this way that you want to have insight into these words. So that's kind of where that term comes from. Similarly, our like caution or common way of referring to them, that if they occur really commonly, we call them common words. Makes sense. Caution words is kind of this like, hang on, pause for a moment. We're going to take some time and look at why this word is spelled the way it is, what it's connected to, and learn kind of about it instead of just going, you spell it like this, move on. Right?
Yes, and to kind of really attend to that tricky sound to letter match.
Right. So the example that I'm going to do, which one should I do first?
I would do one.
Do one first? Okay. I'm going to do one first. So like I said, one is definitely not pronounced how you would expect it if you're just looking at the way it's spelled. I have a matrix here that I'm going to flip to.
And this would be a good time to actually tell them about this resource.
Oops.
So Pete Bauer
Mm-hmm.
has a website called WordWorks Kingston dot something. Wait a minute. .com.
.com.
WordWorksKingston.com. Or can you put that in here? In there?
Yeah, she's doing that.
And he has some of these matrices. He may have taken these down now. We also have another source. Claire mentioned Gina Cook.
Mm-hmm.
She has made,
She has these matrix study sheets that just have a lot of different matrices in them. I'll show them. Oh, we talked about port. So this is the port sheet. So it's got a really nice sort of explanation of port, and then different prefixes and suffixes.
Now,
right?
what I find is some kids like the matrix. It can be easy for me to send it home with a parent and ask them to do the word study at home, and then the parent feels a little more confident. So it kind of builds into your confidence. But I find it's better if instead of just showing kids one, if we actually kind of work on
build one together,
them, or work on some words and use that word web that Claire showed you. I just find that just tends to kind of, I don't know, just work a little better with kids than when we start with the matrix that Claire's about to show you.
Right.
But I wanted you to have those two resources because I knew you were about to ask, where do I get those?
So this is move the dragon.
I'll clean them up.
Thank you. So if we spent time with a student talking about one and all of the words we can get to that, we might get to ones and some ones, no one, anyone. We might cover some of these different words that a student might come up with. And I think, I'm not sure, we talked about, you said it with the word take out, that in the case of anyone or like oneself, we actually have two base words being connected. They tend to be shown on these matrices as a bold word. So these would be suffixes versus anything bold is actually just another base word being added, making a compound word. And one tends to produce more compound words, as you can see here, than a ton of, suffixes or prefixes being added to it. One of the things you might discover or bring up, and this is kind of a theory about the word one, is that it is actually related to the word alone. And might talk about with a student, why is one and alone related? Can we actually see that relationship? Right? Being alone means there's only one of you. It's very sad. And this is a cool example of kind of how a misinterpretation has led to multiple versions of a word. That the running theory is that alone comes from an al suffix, or I do that, al prefix, excuse me, being attached to one as our base word, which was misanalyzed perhaps at some point in its history as the word lone with an a prefix. So which leads us to lone being this misanalyzed but kind of new base word, giving us words like lonely and loneliness, loner, lonesome. And we can see the connection, obviously, between one and lone, but it kind of explains possibly how they're super, super connected. There's very little spelling difference between them, that it could have come from this misanalysis of al plus one versus a plus this lone. So kind of a cool conversation. No, you're good. A cool research into it. You can be coming up with all this. You can build a one matrix and you can build a lone matrix and then talk about this connection between them, being at this point right here. And after you've built your matrix together, you might show them something like this, or you might not. You have this in your mind, and then you guys end up having a conversation about this. The point being that now the word one is not just this word that we have to memorize the spelling of and we just move on as we're writing. Instead, we can see its connection to another word that's pronounced much more phonetically. We can see its connection to tons of words we use all the time, right? Anyone, someone, no one. And some of these, maybe words we don't use as often, but like ones, I was counting by ones and twos, right? And we can see kind of our spelling connection here much more clearly, and hopefully then this is much stickier.
And also it's placed in terms of the Latin original word,
Right.
which is UN.
Right. Sorry,
And,
I didn't have that here. My
Um,
history of the word one
Yes, which if you'll just write down the
Yeah, yeah,
UN.
on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about or you end up finding out the history that it comes from, the Latin un, maybe. Not sure how it would be pronounced in
Guess we shouldn't
Latin.
talk about
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we should talk about that yet. 'Cause we're getting to it.
Which then this spelling of it and the pronunciation shows up in a lot more Latinate based languages like French, like Davina just wrote, that you get un or un, deux, trois. Uno in Spanish, right? So we see the French of un and the Spanish of uno.
It's pronounced in French.
Because of course they can't pronounce the letter that throws
Well,
me off every time. Every time I go to pronounce a French word, I'm wrong.
Deux, trois.
Oh, okay, I like it. But you can.
David hates it too. He refuses. I love it.
What confuses me about this word sum is I don't see the word only on there, and that confuses me.
Oh,
And I've always
yeah.
wanted to go back and ask
I was
why
gonna
that
add.
is.
I'm gonna just add an
I
ly.
think it should be on there. I think it's just missing.
I don't know. I think I put a question mark by it because we really don't know, and it's okay. We put question marks by stuff all the time.
That's a good point.
So I thought that one was part of the video. I shared a link to her video about one
Okay.
Oh, yes, that's right.
up top. I said a good video for the explanation. Of,
I don't know if only's in there.
I thought
I
it
wonder
was.
Makes you wonder if only came back from lonely. Who knows?
Well, so someone said only is the bottom one, but yeah, I
Well,
think
the
that's
word lonely is
that's
down
lonely.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that same thing at first. I thought that's what I saw.
But yeah, like Rita said, I mean, it could turn out like, again, we come back to this, like, no assumptions, right? You got to be careful with that. But, this is a fair guess that ly being attached to the word one gives us only. It could actually be from something else, but that conversation and the connection of the meaning of only and the meaning of one can really help solidify that again, right? And that's kind of a cool conversation if they're really interested in it, and then you're off on some investigation, which could be really neat.
Oh, and there's another piece of this Claire and I were just talking about, which had to do with, now this is something that I learned from,
Can I make a comment after you say
yes,
that?
I'm trying to remember the name of the guy, the French guy who does all the word study stuff, the original French guy. Oh, why can't I think of his name?
Yeah, that's gonna bug
Oh,
me.
actually, real quick, before you do this, I'm going to respond to Andrew's comment.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah, the spelling. So we're talking about the spelling of one. The pronunciation of one has changed throughout history. It's kind of a shrug on our end, right? It goes back to that time and location changing this pronunciation, which is leading to why this is a tricky word now. We know it's pronounced one. I could not tell you why it's pronounced one.
They believe that it used to be pronounced own.
Right.
Back in like old English. So basically what you want to think about when pronunciation doesn't at all seem to match the spelling is likely there was a pronunciation that did match the spelling.
That shifted.
And it has majorly shifted. But like we said, spelling is more cemented. Pronunciation's not at all. It's like super changeable. Right. So I tell kids that all the time. Sometimes we have to use word study and really lock into that more so about the letters than the pronunciation, because today's pronunciation is not helping us here.
Well, and you can see how an un can end up being spelled as one as it gets kind of, changed over time. I mean, you have to remember, it wasn't really till the printing press that there ever started to be any standardized spelling in England.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that spelling tended to center around London because that's where the printing was going on.
Right.
And so you had all kinds of old words moving around and how they were spelled and how they were pronounced. That was really, really different. Another
Right.
thing that one of the videos I had watched, that was a video on the word, it actually was a video on the word love.
Oh.
And it was talking about, why do we have this sound?
This is
but
a
it's-
V, just FYI. It does
but-
not look like one.
why do we have this sound, but it's pronounced, but it's always spelled with O, and we see it in the words love and done and
That's
above
dove.
and oven. What is that?
Dove.
Oh,
Those
that's
are
dove.
V's.
Yes, dove. Okay. We see it in done too.
And mother.
And mother. So we see what mother's a really, really old word. But the point he was making is, when you look at how the early scribes wrote. Now, I tried to create this in a font, and I cannot find a font that is as tightly squeezed together as how the scribes wrote when they were,
You get kind of
I
like a-
mean, yeah, it was crazy. Like, if you look up, some of the old, like the Bible that's in Dublin, that's at,
Oh yeah, in the Kel. What is it called? Oh,
isn't it
yeah, Book of Kells. Thank you.
Book of Kells. Yes, I know Celtic was throwing me off. When you look up pictures of that online, you can see some of this old script. It was very, very close together. So we had a couple things. One is, we had this rule that no words end in U or V at the end of a word without an E, right? So that the E always hangs with the V at the end of a word. So that's how we got. So first of all, look at this script for the V, and then look at this script for in dove and above and oven, okay? Well, what happened is, the scribes did not like the way the U's looked with W's. And they didn't particularly like the way the U's looked with N's and M's. And they tended to make O's. They thought O's were easier to read. And if you squeeze all this together with no space in between them, they probably were right. So one of the theories too is that they simply made some choices based on writing and the script they were using.
Mhm.
And there were no rules. They were the rules. They were the rule makers.
They're in control, right?
Right.
If no one else is dictating what needs to happen or what organizational rules there are, it sometimes literally comes down to an arbitrary decision that some dude in a tiny room somewhere made, right? Like,
Right.
Ah.
And he probably speaks Latin, and everything's based on Latin, right?
Right.
And you have a lot of this going on, and it probably was likely going on, in England and Ireland, a lot of it, right? So,
And can I just add too, and you guys I think are going to touch on this later, but sometimes what we'll do as students is help them begin to kind of sort features of spelling by as a feature of its origin, to kind of help them start to group things. So one of the features of these very old Anglo-Saxon words is that you often get that O saying and we have and that can be a way to kind of know, oh, that's probably an Anglo-Saxon word. That's something I can attach some meaning to.
right. I like Chantel's comment. I completely agree that those men need to suffer punishment for all of the why that we have to answer. Like, I
well,
don't
life
know.
was a lot more simple then, for one thing.
That's right.
And who would imagine that this language, well, I don't know, they were kind of plopped there by the Romans, but
They
still,
knew.
who would imagine that this language would travel as far as it has traveled?
That's perfect. Okay, we're going to move through kind of the rest of this page a little faster because a lot of this is either quick review or mostly covered in the phonics class. So this is just kind of that quick little support, how you're connecting the dots, tying the strings together between phonics and word study. So the next little point about the doubling rule is mostly taught really explicitly in the phonics class. Just kind of a quick note that we do not double X, Y, or W. It's just one of those things. Sometimes we'll kind of do it with kids and they end up doubling an X and then we're like, that doesn't look right. And it's one of those, this is a case where one spelling rule trumps another spelling rule. So we always double when we have a CVC word and we add a vowel suffix, we double that last consonant, except in the case of these couple letters.
And so you can get into words. What we have there are recommended words to work on, but also think about some of the words you misspell. So one of the words I misspell is I often misspell commitment, because if I say committed, I have to double the T. But if I say
Right.
commitment, I don't have to. And so it's like I have it in my mind, there's a double T, right? Especially because that MIT is a bound base word. I don't see it by itself to
Right.
remind me that this is something that's been doubled, right? I think Julie once told me that she always had to think about how many C's and how many M's in recommend. Well, if you know recommend is RE plus COM plus this base of MEND, now you don't have to ask that question anymore.
Right.
So when you think about your own spelling, you start to realize like, hey, this is applying a lot of these rules that we're reminding you
Yep.
of, right?
Yep. Yeah, those moments are good ones when you're in the middle of writing and you go, huh? Right? That like, wait, do I spell it this way? Those are really good moments to stop and actually consider what it is, and then taking that consideration and applying it in a way that we're actually going to teach our kids that kind of consideration that we're doing.
Did you want to talk about this?
Oh, a quick example of some closed syllable words that double. Yep, getting is a good one. That's CVC, so consonant, vowel, consonant. So a word like pop, P-O-P. If we add a vowel suffix, so ing, ed, good one, ION, well, no, that wouldn't be it. ER, thank you. Those are three
EN.
common ones, EN. So pop would become popping, so P-O-P-P-I-N-G. Yeah, get to getting, more is putting a good one. Ship to shipping or
A
shipped.
tricky one is staring versus starring.
Why'd you bring that up?
Sorry. It is a good one.
It is a tricky
We double that R,
Yes.
starring in this show, right? And as opposed to I'm staring at you is a drop the E.
Right.
So that's one that throws kids off, and we'll look at that once in a
Yeah,
while.
I was
Do you
gonna
wanna
write.
talk about that.
Yeah, I was gonna write that one out.
Okay, gonna do that
you
now.
want me to?
Well, it's part of the inside. So I thought maybe you might want to do that. Just
Oops, wrong one.
here's the little cheat sheets in case, like me, you need them.
We're gonna give you a quick mini lesson on one of the common words,
Commonly misspelled word.
misspelled words, which is the word. Get the right pen here.
They're both misspelled.
Said. So again, like the word one, there is a big difference here in how we pronounce it versus how we spell it. So in order to figure out that difference and in order to better understand it, we have to look at how it connects to other aspects of our language. So with one, we were looking at our matrix and other words related to it and kind of the history of it. With said, we're going to look at some words that follow a similar pattern as this one. So said is a past tense word. The present tense form of it is the word say. I'm also going to point out the words, oops, gotta get them, sorry. Yeah, you're good. Pay and lay. All three of these are lovely. They're very phonetic. We have an AY vowel team working together. Kids don't usually have a lot of difficulty with these if they know that AY vowel team. When we get to the third person singular form of this, I'm going to do this one first. We add an S, right? Like she pays for dinner. We do the same with lays. So the dog lays on the couch. This is still on page 13, level 5 of the instructional plan. It's the word say. When we do that to the word say, we end up changing our pronunciation a little bit.
Which is common, we've now seen.
Yes. So instead of saying says, we say the word says, at least in this part of the world. I know there are some parts of the world where their pronunciation of this word might actually be a little bit closer to
Lucky
K's and
you.
lays, right? Says. Again, I think that might be a little bit more British than our says in America. Okay. Then we move to the past tense form of all of three of these words, which is S-A-I-D, E-A-I-D, L-A-I-D. Again,
So just to remind you, we're still on insight words in the middle of level 5 on page 13.
so again, we have a
We're talking about the word say, but the word that gets misspelled a lot is said, which
Right.
is the past tense of say.
Thank you. Our vowel team spelling changed. So we had this AY together. It is now showing up as an AI as this past tense form. We get paid and laid. That same AI spelling happens in said as well, but for whatever reason, it kind of carries the pronunciation of says to the word said. This is a nice little lesson to do with kids, especially if they misspell this word said a lot, because it gives them kind of this anchoring point, right? This pattern that said is not a standalone word. It is not the only thing that does this transition from the AY to the AID. We do have other examples of it happening in other places in our language.
And there's a relationship, as Claire said, between these spellings. But then, to make this even more interesting,
Mhm.
Linda just sent us all in the Rooted community to an article from Real Spellers.
Nice.
And Real Spellers said it was related to this word. Do you remember that? We were
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
we were talking about the word saith.
saith.
Saith. I said it weirdly.
So they actually believe that maybe said, rather than it being some weird kind of, change from, I mean, there are D suffixes out there, but why is it AI instead of AY? What happened there? That they think that it actually came
Say.
from saith, which who knows? Maybe it's payeth. And yeah, I don't know how to spell.
Yeah, I'm
saith.
not sure. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is a little more Shakespearean, right?
Yeah. The
Mhm.
ETH is a Shakespearean suffix, so you would get that SAY-ETH.
But I think
But then
in real
later on, they started saying saith, like saith I. You'll see
Yeah.
that in Chaucer, which I believe started to be spelled SAITH. It's just going back to what you guys were saying about there kind of being no canon for spelling. Things got just spelled whatever which way all the time, and then you'd end up with two spellings for the same thing. So,
Right.
So it would be
It's actually
kind
like
of this theory
This goes here.
that, yeah, right, that say leads to saith, saith leads to saith, saith,
Leads to that
leads to
spelling.
said. And then who knows why the heck it's pronounced said, but it probably used to be pronounced from
Said.
saith to said,
Right.
and so it goes. And that's the way words work. So kids can at the end of this say, yeah, that bugs me. Well, it can bug you. What I try to remind kids about at this point is I try to remind them, well, let's start talking about words that are new. Like they kind of get into the idea that their generation's creating words, that
Mhm.
there are new words. Every year the dictionaries vote on, the
Words
top
that
word
get
of the
added,
new
yeah.
word of the year and how many words were added this year. You can find all that information online. And we just start to talk about, language being a living language.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. That's
And
cool.
it is. It's very cool. And then all of a sudden, this kind of conversation about what happened thousands of years ago now has context that they can at least relate to. Right.
Okay.
Anything-
Do we want to cover
well,
that?
you just might want to remind them about that.
Okay. So the last point on page, I think it's page 13, it goes back to the connector vowels. So we talked about the I connector vowel, which is a Latin connector vowel, and we had our little sheet of connector vowels. There is one Greek connector vowel that most people are pretty familiar with, even if you don't know that it's a connector vowel, which is the letter O. It comes up in a lot of Greek words, which are a lot of scientific words in our language. Like, right here, just went out of my head. Thank you. Thermometer. So we get therm plus that connector O plus meter.
It's interesting. They give an E example, igneous, but they don't have E as
Yeah, but that's a
Connector
Latin
valve.
connector valve. That's Latin.
Oh, that
That
one's
just
Latin.
is
Oh, they're
similar. Yep.
just doing it.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Okay.
A good example is the word crone, CHRONE, at the bottom of that page there, which if you were doing something in order of the time that it happened, it would be chronological. So we get from crone to chrono, right? That O gets added onto there.
Mhm.
Chronological. One of the ones that frequently gets sort of misanalyzed a little bit is the word biology. We hear this ology at the end of a lot of scientific words, and most people know that it sort of means this study of, right? That ology is the study of something. So biology is the study of life. But in this case, it was actually, it's very commonly misanalyzed that it's shortened to bio, which I think is why it gets misanalyzed a lot.
Yes, right. It's an abbreviation, right?
Yeah.
Bio is for biology. Right?
But actually, BI is one of the base words in that word, which means life. We have the O connector vowel. We actually have loge, L-O-G-E, which is another base word, which is our studying, like logic, loge, plus Y at the end of it. So you get that whole thing together, giving you biology.
I like to tell this story that my nephew once told me that we mispronounced the word zoology, that it should have 3 O's if it's really zoology, because you would have the zoo, O-O, and then ology, right? And at the time, I didn't know my word study very well. And one answer is we never have 3 O's in a row. Okay. So then,
Right.
I mean, one spelling rule can't override another. But the other answer is it's really zoology. And we don't pronounce it here in America as zoology, but there are places, maybe even in England, where it's pronounced zoology. That's not unusual. And so it isn't actually misspelled even,
Right.
So I did go back and tell him that
Nice.
a few years ago, but he was
That's
not
funny.
impressed.
I love it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
So we are moving on to level 6 to page
Can I,
14. Yeah.
Talia reminded you guys that I think we actually had skipped the UE rule at the bottom of level 4. The third job of the single silent E was never really talked about, so you could just briefly mention that.
Yes, and what we're
Oh, yeah,
trying to
that's fine.
do, we make the mistake in our classes of spending too much time kind of reteaching what's in other classes.
Yeah, I did say that.
So-
We teach that in the phonics and spelling, and it's also on our free download. We just are listing things here. Sometimes that would be taught in conjunction with what is taught in phonics and spelling at the same
Right.
time.
We want you, for those of you who are lining up these instructional plans, to know that when you're at the point of teaching this rule, here's some good words you can use and do some word study with them.
Right.
But we will just review these reasons why we have silent E's that get dropped when you're suffixing.
Right.
So you want to review
So
those?
yeah, that third one, we talked about the VE as that second one. We talked about that with the word have.
Well, you might as well read them, kind of, say what it does.
Hangs with the V at the end of a word. Number 3 would be that hanging with a U at the end of a word. So similar to hanging with a V, and I think it actually has a similar history.
Yes.
So we get avenue, rescue, right? Those hang out together. So it would be a reason that you would drop an E. And then I think the one that actually might as well cover it at the bottom of level 5 is the 6th job, which is this hanging at the end of a word to make G say a soft J sound, like in the word page or edge with DGE.
And just an interesting history thing about these V's and U's is, and I might have said this last time we met, is that to the Romans, V's and U's were the same letter. And if you think about it, am I chiseling into stone or am I drawing it on the ground, right? So they were the same letter. They were used interchangeably. When the Romans came to, and the missionaries came to England, when the Romans conquered England, and they brought all of their scholars and some of the church members who were the priests and monks who were spoke Latin. They were they housed the education of the time. They started to try to write down the language that they heard. and there weren't enough letters to represent all the sounds. So one of the things that they sometimes did is doubled letters. And what we still have from that doubling is what we call the double U, even though it's a double V, because U and V were the same letter.
Interchangeable.
And so we have this same rule that applies to both. And that makes sense when you know those two were seen as the same letter.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah,
Way cool.
that's kind of a cool little piece of history. So the other thing we've been referring to a lot, and I think, Claire, we did not get this out,
Yeah, we did.
is our rules, our doubling, our 3 great rules.
Oh,
I don't think we have the 3 great rules in front of us. I think
It's
we
not over
forgot to get that. So one of the things we're doing in our instructional plans is, this is a free download on our website, is we're also reminding you that when you're doing word study, you're going to come upon these 3 great rules. So one of them is drop the E. Another one is the doubling. And we teach a lot about doubling in phonics and spelling.
mm-hmm.
We don't do it as much here. Pete wrote a book, Pete Powers, who I mentioned before, wrote a book called,
I
I'll
have it
show
up,
it
yeah.
this way. Teaching How the Written Word Works. Oops.
You're good.
Okay, and he has kind of a number of random lessons in here. And I use a couple of them with the kids. And one of them I use is this page, which is
To double or not to double.
to double or not to double. And he just has a bunch of words. And he just kind of presents this activity of, hey, we're practicing doubling. I'm going to give you a bunch of words, and I have them in word sum form. And you have to figure out, are you going to double them or aren't you? And I don't think this book is available anymore. The last person I heard who was trying to buy it was not able to buy it on his website, and she did not get a response to her inquiry about it. So it could be he's redoing it, or maybe he's just shifted over to a group that is compiling information like this called Real Spellers. So Real Spellers, Linda belongs to Real Spellers, and you might want to write a little bit about it, Linda. But Real Spellers is another good resource for you. But I just want you to know, though, about Pete's website. It's just kind of this interesting mix of a lot of information. Used to be, if you asked Pete a question, you got an answer, and possibly, 5 emails and answer right away. But like all of us, as he gets busier and busier and he's teaching all over the world, you don't get answers as much as we used to. So mostly he gives his answers on Real Spellers, and people post questions there. So, and boy, when you ask a question, get ready, because you're going to get quite an answer. So at level 6 in phonics, we work on changing the Y to an I. So this is a good time in phonics to review. You're learning that rule, and you may have opportunity to find it in word study. So one of the words that we like to do with this is we'd like to do the word, thank you, I wondered where I put it.
Mm-hmm.
Claire's gonna get me set up here. We have pieces of
Paper.
and learning tools
Wow.
everywhere, so we're always
Awesome.
moving them around.
Oh, Linda is not a member of Real Spellers.
Oh, I thought you were.
But
Sorry.
she might be later.
She might become one. All right.
Okay.
So we have the word happy. So I just want you to see this word ends in a Y. That's why it's a good word for us to use. But happy is an interesting word because it actually is a base word which meant luck or chance. An old word that meant luck or chance plus a Y. And so what do we have going on here? We have our doubling rule. And we see this base word in the word happen, H-A-P-P-E-N, and mishap,
Perhaps.
and perhaps. And if you like to read like old romances,
Oh yeah.
they always will have someone who says mayhap.
Mayhap.
Or if you like to go to a Renaissance festival, they like to say it there too,
That's
right? So we have this word happy. If we take the word happy and we add a common suffix to it, you end up getting to use both rules. So if I had a really young child, a lot of times I kind of teach them this about the word happy, that it really was hap with a double P and a Y. And I relate it to the word fun because they understand that fun plus a Y has F-U-N-N-Y, okay? And that hap is a old word that was a little short word just like fun. And so we had that doubling going on. And from there, we work on, now this is hard for young kids to go from HAP to Y to LY. So what I tend to do is I'll go, let me go over here. I'll first work on this, makes happy, double P, Y. And then from happy, I'll add the LY. So that can be a little easier for young kids. That
You wrote.
I
very
wrote
tiny.
happy.
Yeah.
I wrote very tiny and I wrote the wrong word. From happy, so from the word happy that is already in form of happy, plus the LY, I now work on changing the Y to an I, and I get happily. Okay? I like to use the word friend at this point too, just to let you know, because if you do a little word study, you discover that it is an old German word and that there were words that it was derived from that had the I in it. And so there's lots of little mnemonics like I am a friend, I am a good friend, I'm in friends, you know, that kind of thing, all those
I
little
always
things.
did. My fourth grade teacher told me never fry the end of friend, which is really makes no sense at all, except that it keeps your I and your E in the right order,
Right.
and
right,
it
right.
rhymes.
So we do word study, a little word study on friend, and then we can work on friendly, and then we can work on friendly, change the Y to an I, ness.
Friendliness.
Okay, so when we give you words and say, hey, use these words with these rules to practice these rules, this is an example. Now, would I have made it this big of a mess when I'm teaching kids? No, I would have cleaned this off a little bit. And also, would I have done it as quickly? No. Would I maybe use some bugs? Yes. So there's, or, you know, sometimes we'll build things, we'll do it on marker boards. Sometimes we'll build things using our syllaboards, that kind of thing. Jobs of the Silent E, do you still have that around?
I do.
Just on the note of happy, I reposted our blog here that we did a fun one a couple years ago around Christmas time about the difference of happy Christmas versus Merry Christmas. One is British, one is not, and we talk a little bit about the meaning of hap, and that's kind of
yes, that would be a good one
Christmas time
to go look for. So also, this is a book I really like. I think we talked about this last week, did we? Word origins. I looked up hap and friend in the word origins book. And then I compare that with what's new on Edum Online. And that, you know, when you have some basic words like that, you're likely to find it in this resource as well. Okay.
Cool. Okay, so at this point, do you want me to just cover that?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. We go back to our jobs of the silent E. Whoops, somewhere on the camera. We go back to our jobs of the silent E, and we have, which number? The fifth job of the silent E.
There we are. You're on now.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
You can zoom in maybe.
Which is that, the E, where'd my marker go? I'm gonna use this instead. That just like with the sixth job, it makes our G say a soft sound. It does the same thing with a C at the end of a word. So it creates a soft C or this kind of S sound. So you get chance and face. So in the word like face, the E is actually doing two jobs, right? It's doing the C job. It's also making our A long.
And we point out here, if you do facial, if you write the word facial there.
Sure.
So what do you see in the word facial? Claire is pointing to
it. We have this lovely connector I in the word facial. Our Latin connector I comes back, so we have F-A-C-E with our dropped E plus our connector I plus A-L. Fun little extra note on that one.
Yes.
Too, the I being there, the E, because the E would have to be dropped before an AL suffix, which starts with a vowel. Why might the I have been added? Well, because we wanted to keep that C soft, and C is soft after when followed by an EI or Y, right? So that could have been a reason for pronunciation that a connector vowel was even added here at all, or else it would look like fackle or fakel.
Right. A really good point.
So keep that nearby because we're going to show this next thing.
Oh, okay. Oh,
If
yeah. I
you'll
was going to
keep that nearby because we'll just show this because it's really
The-
actually, it's the one about the plural cancellation.
Yes, the fourth job. Do you want me to do it or do you want to do it?
Well, I was going to do this word.
Sure.
So we have this word.
So we moved on to the fourth job of the.
Actually, it's third job.
Excuse me, the third job.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah.
the fourth.
I remember that now about this.
We have
Trace.
a typo.
Well, it's because we added a job and they got renumbered. That what's on our instructional plan is not the right number. So it's what number
So
is
it's
it on?
actually the fourth job of the single silent E.
But on your instructional plan, it says third.
Right.
And again, these numbers were given arbitrarily. So it's not like if you talk to someone at a conference and say, the third job of the silent E, they're going to have the exact same third job you have. Okay. We just gave them numbers because there's a lot of them, but we refer to them here just to help you acclimate to our handout, and it's not correct. So we didn't help you anyway. All right. So we have the word please. So one of the things I want you to see about the word please is, first of all, Claire's point before about when you add suffixes, pronunciation can change. Please plus the ANT suffix gives us the word pleasant. Now the meaning is still in this idea of
Nice.
feeling good,
kind,
nice, yes, right,
generous,
right.
maybe.
Okay, but a lot of times in phonics, we talk about how this EA can represent this short E sound. And now you see why there is an EA in the word pleasant. So you can really see where word study explains so much about spelling that phonics just cannot explain. Because kids will say, yeah, but why not just use the E by itself if it's a short E sound? So first of all, there's always the argument of, well, that's the way you say it. It's not said that way everywhere. And also this word came from the word please, and that's how please is spelled. This word please is also related to this word plea.
Like to have a formal plea,
Like
a
to
desperate
beg,
plea
right?
for help.
Right? If I am begging, 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 and making many pleas, that sounds the same as this word please. Now they are related. This base word is related to this base word. But this one is a base. And this one here is the base plus a suffix. Okay? So how do we differentiate that? Well, that gives us one of our jobs of the single silent E. So one of its jobs is to show us this is not plural, that S is part of the word. So you want to show them that?
Yeah, so a couple other examples that are just on there is the word days. I'm going to zoom this in. Can't see it at all. Days, D-A-Z-E versus days, D-A-Y with the suffix S added. So the fact that there's an E differentiates that is not a plural word. This is a plural word.
And they call that the silent E has a plural cancellation job. It's saying not plural.
Right.
Okay. I sometimes tell kids that. It's interesting how some kids really like to go, oh yeah, that's that plural cancellation thing. And other kids, they kind of glaze over. So
Right.
I say it. If it sticks, we keep with it. If not, we just say to show it's not plural.
Right.
So that's another one of those. The other word I just want you to see in this this job of the single silent. Oh, this is a different job of the silent E, actually. Used is a well, it's kind of. Well, it's kind of. Yeah, we'll get to it. So we have the word use. First of all, I already told you, a lot of kids have trouble with this. They want to write that. Okay, so they're having a hard time hearing what's the job of the single silent E there, and it is making this long U sound. What happens is when they go to write the word usual. Usual is very hard for kids to write and spell. And what you see here is dun dun la Latin connector vowel.
Our third connector vowel.
Okay.
Our third Latin one.
Usual. Now, first of all, I got to this when I was a kid. I knew it was from the word use. Usual came from use, but I mostly just chunked it phonetically, usual. That wasn't that hard for me. But for some of our kids, it is hard for them. And this can help them.
Nice. Okay. So that's just a quick note about that.
You get to do the
You
schwab.
guys talked to Andrea's comment a little bit. I was trying to respond.
Yeah, that's Andrew's comment. That the levels of phonics and spelling don't seem to match the levels in word study. Is that correct? Jobs of the silent E are level 4 in phonics and level 6 in word study.
You know what? Someone else had brought that to my attention. And I think it's because some of these classes have kind of morphed over time from when we first set them up, and we didn't realize that. Because in truth, they're matched up to try to help you.
While you're coughing, I was also saying that sometimes we would put something in a level where we felt it belonged in word study, which means it's just getting retaught or reinforced at that point in word study. It doesn't necessarily have to be happening at the exact same time in phonics. So there might be a few things that happen because things of some of the instructional plans got updated and we haven't moved through updating all of them yet. But a lot of things don't necessarily match up because it's okay. Like, hey, remember that V hangs with E that we learned a few months ago in phonics? We're practicing it again here in word study. In fact, that's kind of best practice for teaching any learner, but especially struggling learners anyways. They need things to be recycled quite a bit. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, even if it is because we're a little off right now while we try to while we work on updating all of our instructional plans. Things can just be reiterated at that time.
Right. And also I want you to remember, I do the word act really early with kids. Once they can blend, we get to act. When I do the word act, I'm suddenly getting this TION syllable and an ION suffix. I might not have necessarily gotten to that as quickly in word study or in phonics, one way or the other. Like I do it for word study, but I might never have gotten to that if I was just following phonics and a phonics path. So really, you're free to kind of weave these in and out as you wish. We were trying to help give you levels just to give you a roadmap. But in truth, we kind of finesse it when we each work with kids. I mean, we start with them at all different ages, for one thing. They know they have all different kinds of skills, strengths and weaknesses, and they may have all different kinds of those error types we were talking about. Some might have dyslexia, some might have dysgraphia, some might have language-based problems, some might have a combination of those. So we have a lot of things that really actually change the order that we teach. And if a child comes in and asks a question, you know, I'm like, okay, well, that's our lesson today. What we mostly want you to get out of this class, and I would like to match them up. I'm not trying to ignore this. I think it would be easier on you if we get to that. But I want you to have a map and a whole big picture so that when the opportunity comes, you're like, hey, I remember something about that. I'm going to go look at that and see, and maybe I want to teach that now.
Yeah.
And so you can start the investigation with your kids. You can go see what we said about it. Oh yeah, this is an opportunity for us to talk about this job of the silent E. I hadn't remembered that. And we were dropping E's, but we didn't talk about the job, right? So we just want you to kind of have all this woven together, so when you teach, you have the big picture. Does that
Yeah.
make sense to you?
It's the hardest thing about teaching a wide group of people a wide subject or a deep subject, right? Is being able to adhere to more specific, student by student cases and requirements.
Do that for me.
I am.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to cover the last note on level 6 on page 14, which is about the schwa. I'm going to very, very briefly explain it. The schwa we mostly explain in phonics. To kind of recap that, the schwa is an unaccented neutral vowel sound. It kind of sounds like nothing. It has this like sound to it. It's kind of in the middle of your mouth. It's not very clearly formed like other short vowel sounds might be. What were you gonna say more?
Just a quick reminder, were we going to take a break at any point?
We
Yeah.
were. This is a
I was
perfect place.
thinking we might want to take a break before schwa.
Before schwa? Totally fine.
So
Just
there's
because
not a
schwa
mutiny.
is big, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, thank you, Maura, for
So you
reminding
just
us.
got your brief intro view of the schwa.
You
I
heard the
hope
word?
you're interested.
You heard the word. She said it.
And the sound.
And the sound. There you go.
Okay, so let's take a break. I'm going to go get a cough drop.
Perfect. That's a good idea. And more
Me
tea.
too.
We're going to be back in about 5-ish minutes. We'll see how long it takes you to
So
find your
let's
cough
say
drops.
3:16, 3:17 at this point. Sound good?
Okay. All right. So we will see you guys in about 5 minutes. Oh, now you can say it.
Now we're back.
All right.
Now we're back and you can hear us.
Rita has a cough drop. I had chocolate. And now
I can't have chocolate. It makes me cough.
that's sad.
I know.
so sad
I
for
can't have
you.
wine either.
Oh,
I know.
extra sad for you.
So
now.
like I don't feel good and I can't have chocolate and wine. Like how is that fair?
That is the worst. All right, we'll give everybody just a second to get back on if they wandered away.
I don't think you're supposed to self-medicate with chocolate and wine when you're sick.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't think you are.
What are you supposed to do? It's been
I mean,
given
there's
me.
other things that are supposed to promote health.
No.
Yes, I'm gargling with salt water. I was doing all that. Saline solution in my nose. I was
Uh-huh.
trying everything, but I lost my voice anyway. Tea with honey.
You didn't
Your
have
class
enough wine, did
members,
you?
your class members are saying they will have chocolate in your honor. So
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
not quite as comforting as it sounds.
All right.
Okay.
So okay, we are talking about the schwa, that really titillating intro that I gave you 5 minutes ago.
Ugh.
I'm sure has just been keeping you on the edge of your seat. Wait no further. Okay, so the schwa, like I said, we teach more explicitly in phonics and spelling. But again, a quick overview. It is an unstressed or unaccented neutral vowel sound. So I kind of gave this like kind of a nothing sound that happens kind of just in the middle space of your mouth. It's not as clear as a lot of the I or or It's kind of this middle sound. Sometimes I've actually told my students before, it's like something's dying. It's just like, there we go.
And it's unstressed. Did you
Yes,
say
I
that
said it's
already?
unstressed. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. And I'm going to give you a couple examples of it because it's one of those words that or one of those concepts that without an example is like, what? But we bring it up in phonics because it's a tough thing to deal with phonetically. And we bring it up in word study because word study frequently has the answers of how you spell that sound. So I'll say it first. I was going to write it and then I'm going to say, no, I'll write it. Debating with myself here.
Sometimes I'll say to kids, oh, are you going to do all the ways you can spell the schwa?
Well, I was going to do a couple examples.
Oh,
Real
okay.
quick.
Yeah. Okay. While you're getting ready for
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
I sometimes say to kids, the schwa can be spelled. The schwa is shaped like this, right? It can
I'll
be
draw it for you
spelled
guys in a
with an
second.
A, E, I, O, or U. Any of
This is
those,
terrible.
any of those can represent the schwa. And we just kind of make that motion in our hand. Like it could be A, E, I, O, U, can spell the schwa. I just want them to remember, because sometimes when you all are talking about, well, why is that an A? Why is that a whatever letter? Like if I say a dog, the word the article actually is a schwa, a dog, because I actually have created a schwa sound. It can be spelled with anything. It's just unaccented. So just keep that in mind when you hear schwas. It's always this kind of transitional sound as you're going from accented syllable to accented syllable.
Can I make a clarification too? Because people were asking. I said, people were saying like in the word love, because you hear instead of the O sound, is that a schwa? And I had said you cannot have a schwa in single syllable words if that's the only vowel sound. It can't be unaccented. You can only have an unaccented syllable if there's a second syllable. The exception being what Rita just said, in running speech or sentences, you can have words that function words, little function words. They're not content words. They don't carry a lot of meaning, that will end up being schwad in favor of the content words in that sentence. So people were saying some words like want and what, those are words that they're more content words. The reason you hear and not or whatever the spelling is there is just, another historical spelling that has changed from pronunciation. We've talked about a lot of those kinds of examples. So just be careful every time you hear and it doesn't match the vowel that's there. That doesn't mean it's a schwa. Typically it can't happen in a single syllable word unless it's those small function words like the and it'll happen in running speech. Okay.
Right. When we stress it, it's on purpose. So I might say, I said you could have a cupcake, not cupcakes, right? You know, that kind of thing. A bottle of wine, Claire, not all the wine, Claire. Okay.
Okay.
So, you know, we'll do that kind of thing. We might accent it, you know.
Yeah.
It's spelled president, right? You know, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Oops, I just took my
No,
words.
you're totally fine. I was gonna say, I think it can be a lot harder to find in running speech. So we're gonna start with some examples of single words. Oops, get out of my way there, pen. Okay, so I just wrote at the top of, if you're unfamiliar, this little upside down E is what the symbol of the schwa is. It is not something that we spell with in English, but its sound is present. These are all of the vowels that we can spell it with, which are all of the vowels.
And you will see it in the dictionary.
Yes,
when
you
they
will see
talk
this
about how to
symbol
pronounce. Yeah.
in the dictionary. And again, it's that just sort of neutral sound. Okay. The example I'm going to go with is a word I actually used to misspell constantly for two different reasons. One of which is going to be addressed right now. So we have the word definite. I like to explain to my students that we have stress or sort of accents or weight that we apply to different syllables in a word to make us sound like we're not just shouting at each other all the time. We actually
Yes,
we
it's
have
the melody
it
of
is
our language.
yeah, it's the melody of a language. We have kind of this flow, this like definite, this rhythm that we have in the way that we speak. It's very sing-song.
Right. It's called prosody, and that word just feels like
Prosody.
yes, prosody. So yeah, we have this kind of, as Claire said, this kind of musical quality.
Right. So we will find the accent or the place that we put the most weight in terms of syllable in our word. So if our word is definite, we have 3 syllables. And this is where we're blending phonics and word study together. So this is the phonics side of stuff, that definite has 3 syllables. We figure out which one we emphasize the most. I'm going to do my lines here. Definite. I don't know where I want to put my line here. Definite.
Yeah. The N is
It's a little
prolonged, so it's hard to
I
tell.
picked a tough word, of course. Okay. And of those 3 syllables, when I say it kind of over and over again, definite, I feel like my first syllable is the one with the most power in it.
And I like to say them like 5 times quickly.
Definite.
Definite, because then you become natural.
Right.
Now, again, this can be regional. Which syllable is accented can change. Some of our friends from across the oceans may accent different syllables for different words.
Define it.
Yeah, it could.
They could. So I'm going to put my accent, my big heavy, this is the syllable that I emphasize the most, which means that my other syllables don't have quite as clear of pronunciation. And specifically, I think it's my middle syllable.
It just depends on.
It does depend.
It
and
depends
kind
on
of
how
I'm
many
saying it.
syllables.
Yeah, but no,
Yeah.
I'm saying for this word, specifically for this word, my middle syllable of definite, doesn't really sound like anything. Honestly, it sounds like there's not even a vowel in it. It sounds like it's just this N sound.
It's transitional, right? It's the transition.
So I know that my schwa is sitting right here. And the trouble is that this vowel, I do know that there has to be a vowel in it, but there's no guarantee based on my pronunciation of what that vowel should be. So if I'm basing it simply on trying to sound my way through the word, I'm not going to necessarily come up with the right vowel.
And if you add an ly on it, definitely, you even hear it more, right? Definitely. You barely even hear that. Definitely. Hear it?
Yep. Which is why I actually always used to spell this word with an A. I constantly did that. That was my big spelling issue. So the way that we solve this, how do you actually, what?
I would argue that definite has kind of 2 schwas.
It's true. I was going to talk
You
about
really
this one
hear it.
first.
You really hear it.
The
When you,
ITE
definitely.
is also
Yeah.
schwad. Yeah, someone else just said it. Valerie just said it. And I actually, my misspelling was usually I spelled the last syllable ATE because I messed up that suffix.
Right.
Right.
And I think I might have done an E in the middle.
So
So We've all struggled.
The suffix ate, the suffix ite, almost any suffix can be schwad at any point, and then things that share almost all the same letters except for a vowel will sound the same. Ite and ate, if they're schwad, will sound the same.
Right.
So
ENT,
Claire,
ENT and ANT are another commonly. ANCE, ENCE. If they're schwad, they'll sound the same.
Right. So
she's going to help us with the ITE too.
yeah, actually I'm gonna help you with both the IN and the ITE part of this, because now we have to turn to word study. We have to turn to how this word is actually constructed, what its base is, and then how we build on top of that, which stays the same, right? Follows a very clear set of rules, so our vowels aren't going to suddenly randomly change.
And when we build words off a base word, those are called derivatives.
Right.
I don't know if we've ever said that yet
I
in
don't
this
know if
class.
I have yet or not.
Derivatives.
To kind of just keep moving through this, I will help you with it. I don't know. Does anybody have a guess what the base word of this word is? Just throwing that out there to anybody. This is one of my favorite base words to do a study of.
Da, 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 la.
It is hiding right here. Oops, that looked like I got the I in there. Sorry. It is this FIN, and there is a dropped E. It is the base word of fine. And the reason I know it is fine and not fin, F-I-N, is that we have the word define. Right? I would like you to define this word for me.
And we looked up the.
I also looked it up.
Well, I mean, we looked up the meaning.
Yes.
And when you find out that they have the same root words, you know it's related to the word define and not related to the word fin.
Exactly, right,
Okay.
like a fish, like a fin on a
Right.
fish. Okay.
However, I will note that the French word is spelled F-I-N.
Yeah, and that's fin as in end, which is the same as our find. But
Yeah, it's the same.
she meant the fin of a fish, I
Like a
think.
fishy fin, yeah. Yes, which goes all the way back to its Latin roots, which we won't go into right here, but you could if you wanted to do a whole lesson on the word fine. So then, okay, if we see that it comes from the word fine, we have solved this fin, definitely, right, this sound here, because this vowel is not going to change when we start adding prefixes to it and suffixes to it. So we've solved this one. It comes from fine. We're going to keep our I. This one, this ITE, is it ITE? Is it ETE? Is it ATE? Is it whatever it is? Well, we know that two common suffixes are ITE and ATE. So we can narrow it down that way. The next way we can do it is we start then building more derivatives. From fine, we can get to the word finite, right? If something has a finite number of options, we can hear actually both of these vowel sounds very, very clearly. Finite, we don't say finite. So again, we can hear that more clearly. It makes it a little bit more obvious, and it tells us that it is the ITE suffix. And then if we're adding anything like the LY, we know that we're going to keep that suffix the same. One of my favorite ones to help kids get to is actually if we start with the word infinity. And we can talk about how that is in relation to the word finite.
And you got your math lesson.
And you got your math lesson. It's pretty good. Finite versus
And
infinity.
related to the word final, right, Claire?
Yes.
Because Claire did a whole study on this when it was the Olympics.
Mhm.
And we were talking about the finals.
And
she did-
finally.
And I
And
think,
finally.
and finally, and I think that was an Instagram, perhaps.
Yes, it was from a little while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is actually a fabulous word to do word study on because it shows some differentiating between common suffixes. Fine has a ton of derivatives. Fine also has a bunch of definitions, and it really, really helps with the schwa and spelling, kind of a good example of how you can clarify some spelling based on digging into its derivatives and its base words. Make sense to everyone? Cool.
All right.
I lost my mouse.
Oh, where is it?
I found it.
I would just say basically the takeaway there is we're reminding you that often word study can help you remember spellings for schwa syllables. So it doesn't always help because sometimes it's not
Clear.
I think of derivatives that give you that kind of answer and make the sound more clear. But I always go that route first. I try to search for some derivatives or related words to see, is this pronounced more clearly in a different accented syllable in a derivative of this word that will help me remember, help my student remember how to spell it here because it's wrong in this one, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the ATE, ITE, those a lot of time, I won't say every time because who knows, but a lot of times you can find derivatives that end really clearly in ite or ate. And it's like, aha, here it is. So that in particular can be
Or that you might
clarified.
remember the spelling. of
Like,
that
for
word.
example, Confederate versus Confederation, you have that long A,
Yeah.
right? So I mean, it's often the case. So, so do that.
Right. And, you know, the point is you'd think, oh, Confederate, Confederation. Well, am I really going to remember that the next time the word Confederation comes up? Well, first of all, here's a question. Why might you be studying the word Confederate? So make your word study related to whatever you're studying in your other subject areas. And history is like, you know, a treasure trove of vocabulary words. So in that time period, you might be writing the word a lot and saying it a lot. And your word study would have dovetailed really nicely with that. The other thing is just doing the study, just saying to yourself, oh, like Confederate, Confederacy, or what was yours? Confederation, right? I didn't even like come up with the same word, but I'm already kind of picturing this A because I've done some work on it.
Yep.
And that's what happens in the midst of word study in terms of spelling.
Right.
So sometimes you feel like, well, was that really fruitful? And it can be fruitful anyway.
All right, cool. Yeah, Brandy was just pointing out that word study is great, kind of a free language arts lesson in history and science. Both of those, right? We've talked about history a couple times. But yeah, science is another huge place where you might end up with like, this word is long and bulky and I don't know how to deal with it or pronounce it or let alone spell it, right? And we can
bulkiness, can usually be pared down with word study. Some of those tier 3 vocabulary words you get in history and science are some of the best for word study because actually they can be some of the easiest to see those parts in, as opposed to a word like love or want. You're like, why is it spelled? Like it's one syllable, you can't see parts. Those are harder, but long words can sometimes be easier. So, you know, take your opportunities for that.
Absolutely.
Right. And usually they're based on either Greek or Latin. So you see you get a lot of bang for your buck on those words.
Right.
So I like that.
All right.
Yeah, I like the decimate too. I love that idea that we now think the way words change. So we now think
That's a
of
good
decimate.
example.
It is. We think of it as to completely wipe out, and it didn't mean wipe out.
Nope, it meant to reduce by 1/10.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Yeah, back to Greek or like Roman soldiers, not Greek soldiers, Roman soldiers, that yeah, if they would lose in a battle, they would line up and every 10th man would be killed. Yep. Right. They would decimate the army if they were failures. It's really brutal.
Right.
Maybe not share that one with your little kids.
Yeah, maybe not. But you know, your middle school, high school is like, oh, that's awesome. So cool.
A lot of times they know what decimate means. It's funny. That's the one word, you know, you'll have some 8-year-old. Oh, I know what decimate means.
That's right.
Right. So they like those words. Yeah,
right. Okay, we are moving on to level 7.
Yay! So I hope you do appreciate. I know it was a lot of upfront information. And the reason we have words we haven't covered is because we're just giving you suggestions for words to do with your kids. Dive into them. But at this point, you can see that now we have this huge foundation and we really start to roll. And we have really just a couple more new things to teach you. Because what happens with word studies, you kind of get this basis, you dive in, you discover how deep the water is. Sometimes you think, forget it, I'm not doing this anymore. Where are my floaties? I'm done with this.
I'm getting out.
I'm getting out. But then, you know, you go back in again, you get lured back in, it's a pretty day, you get lured back in, and, you know, you're a little braver the next time, and there you go. You put it behind you.
No, I was just saying, you did not forget to do that at the end. I was thinking now, but then I was like, nope, that's
how about,
activity.
Claire, how about if we put it here?
Oh, that's a good idea.
So that way we won't.
Here. Okay, cool. All right, so we are on level 7, page 15. This whole page deals with kind of this lesson on content versus function words. So I'm going to kind of be a little bit all over the page with this because we're just kind of guiding you through this lesson. I just want you to know everything on this page deals with this lesson. So bear with me.
And this, you may have had a little of this if you took our LA Binder class.
Mhm.
Because we talk about this, I think, in
Yeah,
the
I
LA
think so.
Binder class.
A little bit.
I think we give some binder pages on it, don't
I think you're right.
I know.
We don't know.
I don't know. we
We have
sometimes
so many things now. We can't
together.
even keep up with it.
Pinwheels has done us in, I think.
It has, yeah.
All
Our
right.
God.
So there are many, many ways to divide sort of words in English. This is one of the ways that we divide sort of into these two big categories of how to think about words.
Because it affects spelling.
Because it affects spelling, right? Yeah, this is all coming back to affecting spelling, so don't lose track of that. The two categories are function and content. I'm going to start with content words because I think they're a little bit easier to understand. Content words are basically words that express or have really clear meaning. So these are words that carry you sort of through something, right? You can picture them, you can create synonyms for them. These are nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, so just the big pieces of content that come with language.
And they may also be called lexical words.
They're also, yeah, sometimes they're called lexical words. They tend to be stressed in a sentence, like we were talking about the example of a dog. Dog is a content word. You can picture it, it's a noun. We could come up with synonyms for the word dog, like puppy or
Canine.
noodle butt, I don't know. Various things we could call, I don't know. Canine, that's a better one.
A little more appropriate.
Oh, okay.
But this is how Claire makes her students
That's
laugh.
right. That's right.
Right.
Versus the word in that sentence is a function word. So function words I tend to think of more as grammatical words. They're kind of these little pieces that stick the rest of our words together. They tend to be unstressed. There aren't a ton of them in the English language. There's about 300 of them total, as compared to like
over a million.
million some odd content words. They tend to be, so function words tend to be articles, so a, an, and the, conjunctions, pronouns, prepositions, these words that if I said, okay, what does the word through mean, as in THROUGH, and you go, well, you're going through, you're like, through, when it's really hard to define the word without using the word.
And could you come up with a synonym for it? It's harder to do with these grammatical words than prepositions are a little easier.
A little bit,
but,
yeah.
But what's a synonym for
synonym for
right? You know, I mean, here's another type of article, but that's not the same.
Right. Yeah, Pam's comment there, grammatical glue, right? They're the nitty gritty gluey parts that keep our language functioning, hence the word function. They have a function, but they don't carry content. Okay.
They also have this is important, this open class and closed class. So an open class word can grow, right? It has derivatives, right? So if you have a word, I mean, dog's a hard one because we don't have a lot of derivatives from all of our lexical words or our content words, but most of our content words can grow. You can be a dog face. There's a dog house. I don't know what. Doggy, right? But a grammatical function word tends to not have derivatives. So we have in and we have to. Into, we got that, but there's really not a whole lot more. Any other ins that you see tend to be prefix ins, not necessarily the in that is this preposition word.
Right.
Okay, so there is a difference between the word in, the preposition that means in, and the prefix in. I mean, I think some of these prefixes did turn into words also, but they've stayed word forming elements as well.
Right. So the reason we bring this up, we talked about this being a spelling piece. Where'd my jobs go? It also relates to our 9th job of the single silent E, which we're going to cover in just a second.
Thank God on this page is the 9th job.
Yes, it is actually the 9th job of the single silent E. So I'm going to flip over to the camera. And we're going to go through a couple examples. So the one of the places that this difference between content and function words comes up is when we talk about homophones. So there are a lot of homophones in English. And a homophone, just to remind everyone, is 2 words or more than 2 words that sound the same but are spelled differently. And we also know that when 2 words are spelled differently, they tend to mean different things, right? Even if we pronounce them the same way. So I'm going to give you a couple examples of this, of the function word version of it and its content homophone.
How about that one? What I
Yeah,
just
it's a
said.
good one. So Rita mentioned the word in, go in the room. The content cousin, I guess, of that word is this word, an inn. We can come up with synonyms for this: a hotel, a tavern, a pub, versus very few, if any, none at all that I can think of.
Goes
Maybe
in, right?
inside.
We could do a hand motion.
Right.
I'm sorry, did you say this part and I missed it?
Nope, I'm getting to it
Okay.
in just a second. Sorry. I'm gonna get a little theme going on
Alright,
here.
got it.
You know,
Okay,
you know.
just making sure. I
No, you're
understood.
good. Let's see. The other one I wanted to do is,
Mhm.
yep, that's a good one. We have the function word I as the pronoun versus the content word I as in eyeball, your ocular object. Function word so versus the content word
There's 2 of them.
so. Oh yeah,
And
and
so the one that got us this week.
both of these, right? We have sowing, like sowing the fields to plant seeds, and sewing your shirt back together because
I don't know if any of you noticed our spelling error on the sowing seeds post. We accidentally spelled it S-E-W. And I think someone far away had to tell us, you know, you're spelling that wrong. We were like, oh my gosh, sowing in a field. It's
Yeah.
embarrassing when the spelling people.
We don't do a lot of field sewing.
Yeah,
we
we
do a
don't.
lot of clothing sewing.
I do. Still
We do
mess-
a lot of so what?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
How about that one?
Oh yeah, I'll do that and then I'll do the twos. We get this pronoun, this collective pronoun of we, versus the more Scottish term we as in little or tiny, just a wee bit. And then the one that causes a lot of trouble for our students quite frequently, and a lot of people I think everywhere, we have the function word to versus the number 2, I'm doing this backwards, or the word meaning also or in addition. I too would like to go to school. So we see this as well. Okay, so we have all these homophone back and forth. A couple of them, we have these cases of 3 coming in together. One of the big ways, and this is where our job of the single silent E comes in, one of the sort of big rules we have about this is that content words have to have at least 3 letters in them. And I happened to pick examples where all of these are 2 or 1 words each, 2 or 1 letters each, excuse me, versus these all have 3 letters. Back in the day, when we had this distinction or trying to draw a distinction between the function word and its homophone, that is content, one of the ways they showed this distinction in spelling was to make the content words bigger or longer. It's like they hold more weight in terms of meaning, and they somehow kind of hold more weight on the page, right? They take up more space. This is done sometimes by adding an E. The example of the function word be versus the content word a bumblebee. We have another E being added to it. We have the function word
Oh,
by.
you're at the bottom of your page.
Oh,
Your
no,
screen.
scooch up. Okay. By versus the content word goodbye, right? Spelled the same, except we've now added our E.
And then your other bye.
B-U-Y. Yeah.
Yes, we do have another spelling, you are right, of bye. Just another, that's another.
What were you going to
triple.
say more?
She said the same thing.
Oh, you were
Oh, okay,
saying.
okay.
Sorry,
I
sorry.
was filling in a couple of the other ones.
Thank you.
This is one too. There's another one.
Oh, yep. So we have, yeah, the last one I think I'll fit on this page is or versus we again have two spellings of it. The one that the single silent E plays with, though, is this OR plus E. We do have also OAR as another spelling of it.
And you see this sometimes kids will say, but why are there two G's in egg? Why did we double the G in egg? It's not, Sammy loves fried zebra, double S, double L, double F.
Mm-hmm.
Well, egg, odd, ebb, air. Those are all content
I'm gonna write
words.
some of these over here. You said egg, ebb,
Odd,
odd,
air.
airs, and two air on the side of caution.
Add, like adding things.
Yes.
Yep,
to
which
add.
brings up a really good point. Okay, we have two spellings of the word add. We have ADD as in addition, to add things together. We have another spelling of the word add, which is short for advertisement, which is only spelled AD. So this is where my rule about having three letters is suddenly broken. That is because the word ad as in advertisement is a abbreviation. Thank you, I couldn't think of the word.
But things morph. It's kind of becoming its own word, so you never know. Like some of these rules might kind of change.
Right.
Like they have this. You could.
I was
tell
gonna
them.
say add, so
Abbreviations sometimes do become words, and then you'll end up with a pattern that's broken. Like I know people have asked, why does the word bus not have
two S's.
two S's? Why does it not follow smack dab? Well, it's an abbreviation from autobus or autobus.
Omnibus, I think.
Omnibus or whatever, right? And the same with quiz and quizzical, right? So you get that happening.
Right. Which is why, and Maura has said this in the past, but why we tend to call things patterns and not rules, or we think of kind of rule as not something that's like this hard and fast system that is super rigid, and then, oh my gosh, we broke the rule. Well, sort of, but what actually happened is we have this very consistent pattern with a few things that for very logical reasons now adhere to a different system. Two others, so like add, that kind of, again, like break, I'm putting that in air quotes under here, break, our little pattern here would be axe and ox. Both of these used to be spelled with our E at the end. That was a requirement in have you spelled the word axe correctly, it has an E at the end. Simply because that content word needed more weight. Anymore, that rule is kind of being overlooked, I guess, a little bit with this E that is, on its surface, it's not saying anything, it's not impacting our pronunciation, and so it ends up being left off.
Yeah, and people spell it that way long enough, it becomes
Yep. It's
a
an
new
accepted spelling.
Right. This is an example of some that just have. You did I here.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of shows you like, you always wonder what that other E is actually doing there, right? That ending E. Well, you kind of wonder about the whole spelling anyway. But we have some other words like die and awe.
Oh, okay. D-Y-E.
And then awe.
Aw.
So you see sometimes these E's tagged on, and you might wonder about why it's there, and it's because it is this job of giving weight to these content words.
Right. I'm gonna put these in parentheses just because those were kind of my examples of this broken pattern that we don't actually need this E anymore because it is so often being spelled without the E that it has just become acceptable.
Something else interesting about function words is that they never have a Z letter in them. That's a lot of times when you hear that S making a Z sound. So in words like his, is, has, well, his too,
Yeah.
and was, that S is representing the Z sound, and we don't spell them with Z's. And that's not unusual in these function words to have that kind of spelling pattern. So those are all important things to be pointing out
Yep.
to kids. as we go along.
Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, so keeping in mind, except for we have a few exceptions here, but these are always gonna be this, or they're mostly gonna be this 3 letters or longer. These are the ones that go under 3 letters. They can have more letters, right? We get words like the word although. It's a nice example of a super long, but it is still a function word, right? We come back to that grammatical. It's
Because is another
because is a good one, yeah.
Although if you break that back apart, you have the word cause,
True.
right? And now you have, so that can happen, right? I just found a few things in my archives that we've shared somewhere before, maybe just with kids, maybe in a binder class, I don't know, but I just wanted you to kind of see how when you have these words that sound alike, when you investigate them, kids know this. They know they have different meaning.
Mhm.
What they haven't connected is that's why they have different spelling. That's why we need some different spellings too, because it helps differentiate these words. And this is just another nice pattern.
It's just a good pattern.
When we were talking about the pattern of the WH being question words, but that a lot of the answer words, this one is an old one, were TH patterns.
So just to clarify, these pages are literally just sort of Rita discovered them in the dusty archives of her stuff. These would be really good.
The dusty archives of my brain.
Of your brain.
Yes.
These are good. You can make binder pages from this kind of stuff. I'm sure this is all also very easy to Google. We cannot tell you what these pages are from. They might have been something that you even typed at some point.
And we may have given them to you already. We have no idea.
Can you show the other one again so people can
Yeah, so this is the question answer page. This one was this idea of going back to homophones, that we have this prey versus prey. That's just a good example, but we're connecting spelling. Prey and predator are related words in terms of meaning, and we get that E hanging out there, the PRE together. Prey.
If they can be shared, and I just said, things we didn't create, we can't really.
Well, I don't know if this, I might have these, I might not. I have to look.
Yeah, we did
well,
not create these,
I would just say if it's not something we know we've created, we'll just let you take a picture of it here. Things
Could
we
be from my,
share with you.
At
Yeah.
some point, we'd love to tell you that you could just go on our Pinterest and find some of these. Some of the stuff is on our Pinterest page, like the there, and there page is on our Pinterest. This thing will be eventually.
if anyone wants to volunteer to help us with our Pinterest pages, let us know. We apparently are never going to get to it.
That's right.
We all have way too many jobs.
I know, including scene students. So,
Okay.
but we will try to see if we can find that.
I like that whence and fence are on here.
Whence
Those are,
and thence.
I love the word whence, from whence ye came. Right? It's just a great word.
Oh, saith Claire.
Saith,
Saith
I.
Claire, yes.
Oh, so saith I.
oh, saith the king.
So we are now on level 8. Coming in for a landing.
Woohoo.
All right, we do have level 9 still, but
Level 9 will be a little bit of review of some stuff. We have a couple little kind of good activities to show you.
So just remember that every time you're doing word study, you're continually reviewing all these things that we've been teaching kids, which is so much better than for 2 weeks, we're going to do the doubling rule. Now, why don't you remember the doubling rule, right? Don't you remember you dropped the E? I'm sure we learned that last year. Maura used to have this joke that when she went back to school, she realized that some of the things that teachers almost always say is, you should have learned that last year. It's like, well, and they may have learned it last year. That's the thing. Unless you keep reworking all this.
Right.
I used to laugh like they would say that to me so accusingly, like if I hadn't, it was my fault. I'd be like, wouldn't that be last year's teacher's fault? And now it's your job.
And again, this is why we put it in a binder, so that when they say, I've never seen this before, right? You can say, I'm pretty sure we did.
Yeah, like your handwriting begs to differ.
Now I must say, you may not remember if you've taught it before, and the binder helps you remember if you've taught it before, so there's that.
I
Okay.
just said that to a student the other day. He was like, why do we have to make a page for this? And I was like, so that I can win arguments with you in the future. And he was cracking up. I was like, seriously, it's all for me.
I like that.
A little break here. Did we talk about this last week? I don't remember. I can't seem to hold a book straight in front of me.
Do you want me to hold it?
No, okay. I really want to, I want to master this
Okay.
skill. Okay. History. See something
Yeah,
about me.
you're- mm.
Oh, it's this hand. That's why things are reversed. It like messes me up. It's, boy, it really messes with my brain. I'm like one of those people in a funhouse mirror, you know, where I'm like totally thrown off by what I see. All right. This book, I can't say that it's the like 100% accurate. I don't know my history of the English language well enough to tell you whether, you know, there may be some new thoughts or not. But in general, this is a really nice timeline of the English language. It's about as much as most kids want to delve into, I find in general. Unless they are those rare kids who really like, hey, I want to be a linguist. I totally want to know more about this, which is great. They can go investigate, but and then come back and teach me more. But this book I like to use with kids. Personally, if I was homeschooling all over again, I would make this a semester unit study for both history and language arts. I think it's just really, really interesting, and I recommend it. And I know they sell it on Amazon. I don't think it's very expensive. I've ended up with like 2 or 3 copies because I loan it out. What I like about it is, let me give you I think we showed some of this, didn't we? It just has some nice illustrations. So, you know, this is showing how things went from Rome into England, you know, how the language traveled. And then it gives you the timeline of where you are in history at that time. It wasn't as much when the Romans conquered as when all that Latin got into the English language. Had more to do with the spread of Christianity. Okay, well, that was somewhat during that Roman time, but the fall of Rome was really around 500. It was kind of afterwards. It was after those Anglo-Saxons invaded. So
Wacky Anglo-Saxons.
So I like that book. It's nice. It just gives you a little bit of context. Not only you, but it gives your kids some context about when you open Edum Online, and it's talking about PIE. Like, what is that? And now there's a map that goes with it.
Yep.
And that's so much more meaningful, I think. And you can go back and look at that. Or wait a minute, Norse. When did I forget Norse? Why are we talking about the Norsemen, right? The Norse language. Well, let's go back and look. It's not just Thor.
Yeah, without the Norse, we wouldn't have Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay, I thought I was going to have
Friday.
Oh yeah, Friday too, right?
Yeah, because it's Freeg's Day,
Yeah, it's
and
Friday.
Thursday is Thor's Day, and Wednesday is Woden's Day.
Women's Day.
Love it. Or
And
Tuesday.
I wouldn't have a grand dog named Odin.
That's right.
Okay, so we are on level 8 after that little aside. You're going to continue with your word study, and we're now on to the last kind of base word that we were talking about. In fact, can you turn back to that page right there? It is.
Let me switch.
Okay.
Ooh, where are we at our little morphology, our little morpheme map?
We are going to talk about a kind of base word. Should just get called. Yeah, we should need you right here.
Oh, we do have a
I
claw.
had it. I just didn't use it. Kept making Claire erase.
Yeah, messy.
Okay, we have twin base words. Okay, they're called twin bases. Okay, and the reason they are called twins, thanks again to Mary Beth Stephen. I'm going to use one of her cards, only I'm going to make it a little more
Friendly? I don't know.
user friendly.
Yeah, user friendly. Maybe.
And also, I'm not a Latin scholar here, so I don't want to misteach. But basically, what happens in our base words is they come about because of derivations on a verb, a Latin word, a verb. Okay, so if you think about, we see this in this word, I am, is a to be infinitive.
So am is that first person present version.
Yes, first person present is am. So first person I am. So in this verb, am is first person present tense. the infinitive form of that same verb is to be. I want to be
An astronaut.
well again.
Oh.
Yes, well, you can tell where I am. Okay. I want to be able to eat chocolate. Okay. And then we have this first person perfect. Well, the first person perfect, we have some second and some thirds.
Second and thirds, yep.
Because we wanted to be sure we were not thinking incorrectly. We were kind of making ourselves think it through.
Also, partly because we change our
Oh,
to be
that's
verbs.
why we
Yep.
put it down. We were showing how we really do make some
We
changes
change
in
a
some
lot.
of it, especially in this verb. But the first person perfect would be the am being. Okay. And then we were just talking about this idea that third person uses is and second person uses are. Okay.
Right.
And then we have this past participle form. I have been. Okay.
Or she or he has been.
Right? So we have these different forms of that word. We really see it clearly in our language when we use the to be verb. Okay? What happens with Latin is, I want to save that, is you could have a word that the infinitive form is the base word that comes down the most often. And when you see those words, those Latin words in Etymonline, they often end with this ARE, ERE, this kind of
They just have
different
different
air,
accents on them,
like
yep.
ear versus air, and IRE, okay? So it has these different conjugations. You may see it usually as ERE, I think is how they tend to have
ARE
it.
and ERE are the most common.
It's an infinitive form of the verb they're giving you, and that's where we get a base word like this one. DUC is ducere, okay? So for most of our words that come from Latin, they come from this infinitive form. However, some of them we also have broken off and snatched the base from this past participle form, okay? And that's where we would get this DUCT. So it gives us words like produce or a product. And you have two different base words. They're related in meaning. We often use them in relationship to each other.
Think of them together.
Right? And this would be the suffix that's broken off that gives us that base. So when people say, why do we say base instead of root? Well, I didn't used to. It's the structured word inquiry people who taught me that, because a root is where it comes from. Historically, okay? It is a Latin root. So DUCT has the Latin root ductum. But the part that's broken off that has come into our language is called the base. And if we have two of those from the same Latin word, they're called twin bases. And so Mary Beth has this card. She gives a really nice little example of this. And you can look up Latin words.
I was just gonna real quick. I keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
All right.
Well, actually, I was gonna keep the reason also, just to come back to why we had our little English versions on here, is that, you know, just kind of to reiterate a little bit, that when we see this change in history or you know, through history, we're like, these words are different, but they're not, and that doesn't make sense. But it's just kind of to show you again that we do this still.
But not much.
In modern English, but pretty much only with this am or to be verb. This is the one that we change the most. And you know, I don't know if this is true, but sort of a theory that this changing aspect of our verbs feels like a very Latin thing, right? This huge difference between, you know, duke or duso maybe all the way to ductum, right? These almost don't feel like the same word.
But if you've taken another language that's a Latin-based language, you start seeing it again.
You can see
but
that.
What does English mostly resemble? German, not Latin. And so we have different kinds of grammar going on in English, not lining exactly up with Latin anymore.
Right.
Okay. Or anymore.
So this is-
didn't ever.
I feel like more confusing to look at the history of it, but we wanted to give you a little bit of that context. It's actually easier to see it in current modern English.
Right. And if you want to do classical studies with your kids and you're going to take Latin, by all means, lead it back to word study. You
Mhm.
absolutely want to lead it back to word study. They will be ahead of the game. They'll understand what's going on more and even why they're studying Latin, which, you know, often they, I don't hear you.
Oh, am I not on?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I was just gonna say, was that Latin resource on their resource page?
No, this was, I can't copy this.
No,
this
not
is-
that.
Oh,
There was a website where you can like do more
Oh.
digging about the Latin.
yes.
I
Did have it on there. It was,
just wanted to orient them to it. It's called like the Latin something.
yes,
Dict.
that was it. I think that's on our list.
I'm not
But
sure.
what was it? That's what I can't quite remember. It's like Latin dict, or something like that. Let's see if I can
Yeah.
look it up.
Can you, if you could Google for me?
Yeah, I think I will.
right.
I'll
So
post
I'm
it.
going to give you an example of some twin bases, which are here. Okay. So if you think about the meaning behind these and look it up, like I don't always remember right offhand, but I'm thinking it does have to do with to build. But I don't want to say that specifically because I didn't look it up again, because we're putting them here for you to see and we're putting them here for you to study. And I did study it. I just forget now. But I do this one with kids a lot because they right away go struct. Oh, how about construction? That just seems to be the thing they recognize first. And then I help them see, oh, we have structure, right? But to construct an idea or to construe,
Right? Or to misconstrue.
miss,
Is there an E at the end of that?
no.
There should be. According
Oh, yes,
to-
there is.
According to rule number
Uh-uh.
3.
Yes, it was. Sorry. You know what?
Okay.
I had it in parentheses.
I gotcha.
And so when I looked over, I wasn't looking at it. Let me put that back. Sorry, these erasers. This is the one thing I'm not as crazy about. The erasers really don't erase very well. Okay.
That and you can start again, talk about meaning here. What does it mean to misconstrue something? Well, it means to kind of build the wrong idea from, right? So we get this miss, okay, we've got this, against or wrong, and con, this with suffix. So we're building or putting together, and strew coming back to build, just
Right.
like struct.
To construe is to build an idea together. To build ideas together. Misconstrue is you're misunderstanding that. So, so it's just like, imagine the difference between here. This is one of 20 words in your vocabulary book. Memorize it, use it in the sentence they have for you. And then I'm going to give you a quiz. And then 6 months later, you're going to have a review quiz and you have the word misconstrue and you can't remember it. As opposed to, we spent time with these twin base words. And then 6 months later, if I say, hey, do you remember what it means to construe or misconstrue? I still might get, oh gosh, I can't remember. But then I might say, well, it has something to do with it's a twin base of struct, and then we're back to it again. So these are just really, I really like them. Kids see the moat and, move. Sorry. I started to write the same thing twice. The moat and move, they really see that because they get the idea that to move is to be mobile.
No, that's
Oh,
which
to
might
be
is that
motion.
motion, to have motion.
Yes, to have motion. Gosh,
And motor's a
Thank
good
you.
one. Or
I
to
just
be-
wanted, can I make a note? That the idea of twin bases, people are like, whoa, this is tough. It is tough, and it's hard to to know whether or not two things are twin bases, we provided a couple of good ones for you on here, and we would suggest that you do those ones in particular. So when you get to this point, so that your students have a sense that this is something that's possible, and then sometimes you can make theories about whether or not you think two things might be related or might be twins and try to investigate that.
Right, because if you
We're not
were
expecting you to
doing,
like know this, or
if you
like,
were doing the word product,
yeah.
and you say, well, wait a minute, what about produce? Doesn't that seem like that's related? Well, let's look it up on Edum Online. Edum Online tells you it has the same root word. Now you know. So that's, I'm trying to look at in our word study curriculum.
That's actually a good point. I'm just going to say again for you is when you have these variant spellings, what we call the base is the base spelling of the word that has survived in the word we use now. And what we call the root is sort of the place where it came from. So usually you have one of those older languages in front of it, like Latin, Greek, sometimes Proto-Indo-European, sometimes Old French. So if you see that two things that have a differing base spelling, even though they might be similar, but like often those endings change, but they have the same root, that's a big clue that they're twin bases.
Right.
And so just so you know, in our word study curriculum, in the appendix C, we have a whole list, a partial list. It's not an exhaustive list, but a partial list of Latin base words. And we give you some of
these twins. Capt and cape, mote and move, pend and pence, pone and pose, right? Scribe and script. And a lot of these, if, like in the case of scribe and script, these happen to be free base words. And you can feel, whatever, you know how similar they are in meaning. Mote and move a similar way. Some of the ones that are bound base words like deuce and duct, you know, it might be a little harder until you start putting words around them, right? It can be harder to feel how they're similar.
Right. So we just want you to know, like, in some ways, when you just get the word study curriculum, it's easy to kind of feel like, I'm not really sure what I do with this, but we made it to be a supplement to this class as well, so that you had somewhere to start after this class that would give you, just give you a little more confidence to get you going. And, do you have to be exhaustive every time? Sometimes we just we're reading, we see a word, we're like, hey, I wonder if it's this. And, oh, related to this word. And sometimes we're like, we think that it is. Yeah. And we move on, and that's it. But it was all that prior work that built into that ability.
Yep.
Right?
It is. Yeah, there's a lot of history to the history of being able to do that. And now, I think about with my students where we're at a point of having done some of this word study. We may not be at level 8. We're not talking about twin base words, but we sprinkle word study throughout what we're doing to a point where I just had this happen actually. And it ended up being a really cool lesson that one of my students was struggling to spell the word special because it's kind of a strange word to spell. And I had a theory about it. And so I had him I just have a hunch that this might be an interesting word. And if it isn't, in terms of a rich history and lots of things to go with it, at least we need to talk about the spelling of it. So we're going to dedicate our next lesson to looking up the history and talking about and going through and finding derivatives of the word special, so that the next time you go to write it down, now it's a more solid part of your vernacular and vocabulary and spelling repertoire.
Yeah, I will say that when you see that we've pulled out these certain words for you that we kind of focus on, it's because these tend to be sort of pillar ones that we do in lessons, because you get a lot of bang for your buck in terms of a concept that relates to a lot of other words. Like Claire showed you have and behavior, because that's just a great example. First of all, you're talking about that VE, rule that we have. And then also you're talking about this big idea that we see in a lot of words of derivatives changing sound, but the spelling remaining, right? And we did literature with you for that idea of, the spelling staying true to show its connection to the word family, even when you no longer hear some of those letters, those orthographical markers, so go back and watch, or if you've been taking notes, these particular ones we show you, we did a whole drop the E thing with move, those are ones that are good ones to do. And then it gives you that sense so that later on when you see a word, that's how Claire was able to develop this hunch about the word special, right? How do you get something like that? You do a lot of this kind of thing, and then later you're like, hey, I wonder if special, you know what I mean? And sometimes you're wrong, but
I was gonna say that
that's how you get that, right?
the hunch doesn't always play off, even if it's literally like there's not actually a hunch here. My kid is just struggling with this word in particular for I'm not sure why, right? Maybe it's just a tough word, or it's just not sticking. So we're just gonna dedicate some time to it. It could end up being like the least rewarding word study lesson ever in terms of giving you like stuff, right? Like there's
Lots
nothing
of derivatives.
happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no derivatives, but it was still like, well, that was interesting. Turns out that
Mhm.
word is not that interesting.
You know, I tell the story about my oldest daughter who always left the E off because, the word because. And I, like one year I was like, you know, please, 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 this is the year, like I want you to figure out how to spell this word, you know? And I was like, I will pay you money if you put the E on because, right? Well, what if we'd done it with?
Hey, I didn't know she was being offered cash, or I would have probably done it too. Ah,
And
Sorry.
there's the competition.
I interrupted your story.
Okay. But you know, how different might that have been? First of all, if we did a word study on it, we had the word cause. And if I knew that plural cancellation rule, right? Like how different would that be? Now, would I maybe still need a reminder? Yes, probably. But there's something behind it besides just my mother's nagging me about putting the E here and I can't remember, is this the word or not, right?
It
That I need the E.
It can make reminding easier too in that sense. So instead of me like just saying the same rote thing over and over again, like put the E at the end of because. That's what you sound like.
Yeah. I'm sure I sounded like that. Thank you. That was
and-
the mother voice.
That's right. Instead, do you remember we did that word study on this word? You know, and then it's more of a conversation, even as a reminder, rather than just like, man,
Well,
we'll do this.
Right. And if you can say, well, what Claire's point too is that if I can say, so what about if you hear an S sound at the end of a base word? I'm now asking my student
Yep.
to dredge up that information, right? Well, let's
That's-
look it up in the binder. We have it in the
Yeah.
binder, whatever.
A huge point. I
It's
often,
huge.
rather than just reminding kids, first of all, the reminder is a reminder in that moment and it doesn't stick. So if we constantly just remind them, hey, you forgot your E. Hey, you forgot your period. Hey, you forgot your capital. That kind of thing doesn't actually result in change. So just start to shift your thinking to trying to kind of pose things like, I'm often like, okay, your word because is missing something. Do you remember what is needed and why, or something like that? And then you bring up more of the context for what's there, you know, like I'm often asking them why, or if they do put their E on, I'm like, yeah, and why did we add that E? Like
Yeah,
I
right.
often am having them reiterate for me, oh, because there's a pattern here that I have to apply to a lot of rules, even when
And
they
you
do things correctly.
Kids who I say to kids all the time, and Linda and I had talked about this a little bit because there had been some kind of, you know, knock about homeschooling and not learning as much. I say to kids all the time, like your peers do not know this stuff.
Yeah, I say
They
that a
don't.
lot.
This is you're like probably if you went to Sunday school tomorrow or to your co-op class or to whatever and ask, hey, why is there an E at the end of the word BYE? You know, nobody knows that answer. But to have this depth of knowledge, like this is what real learning is, you know? This is the stuff that you hope, you know, like all I remember about spelling tests was memorizing and trying to get an A on them. That's all I remember. But this kind of stuff, like I would use for a lifetime. So I think it's really valuable that way. So,
I'm reading these.
I know. So we have a couple parting things for you here.
Oh, I was
One, we're going
actually-
to have a break of a game. Oh, you think we should do yours
Yes.
before the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna comment on the capital I thing. I have talked about the idea that like I am important, right? Like I am super important, so I have to be capitalized, right? Like you can't forget I am
I'm the most important
I'm
person
the
in
most
the
important.
room.
And sometimes I can be like, I, right? It has to be capitalized. Can sometimes help.
I'm thinking maybe the break might help before we do this. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Oh well,
Well, we're here anyway. No?
Yeah, that's fine.
This
Oh,
is-
I was gonna do, as you were talking about this, I was gonna set it up.
That's what I
here.
wanted you to do, like this,
Cool.
okay? Like that.
As we are so in sync with each other
Uh-huh, we
right now.
are? Okay.
Can't even.
So remember,
Ah.
we started out with these Indo-European migrations. The language landed in many places, and one of the places there that Proto-Indo-European language landed was in England. Okay, then they had these Germanic migrations. Okay, and you have the Christian era, and then you have invasions, and then you have more invasions and
A lot
more
of
invasions, right? And then you have the spread of Christianity, and then the
Again.
Vikings come. Okay, the Vikings.
And throughout all of this, sorry, just adding to
Yes.
this, and throughout all, we're talking about just across the history of English,
Mhm.
you have all these invasions, you have spread of religion, of Christianity, so Latin in particular. You also have just a lot of disparate tribes
Mhm.
on the English island interacting with each other
Yes.
and interacting with the invaders.
So
get-
they think one of the closest languages might have been Celtic, which isn't around
Frisian.
very much. Not much is around anymore. But so if you remember, after the fall of Rome, the Romans left a big void and all these invasions started. And we have the beginning of Old English. Okay. And then that goes on and you get some Viking invasions. And then right around the 1100s, we hit Middle English because we have the Norman invasion.
French.
The French come. William the Conqueror brings French. And all of our military words and government words are coming from this old French, okay? And Middle English continues till right around when? The Renaissance, okay? That's when modern English comes in. And at modern English, we start saying, hey, we want to be a little more highbrow. We want to know what the rest of the world's been doing when we've been stuck on this island. So all of a sudden they want to reclaim the classics and they start pulling back in more Greek.
Yep.
And they start pulling back in more Latin.
Yep.
And this is an age of a lot of discovery. We have the printing press. I mean, information is really traveling around.
Right.
And there's a lot of growth in this space and words really grow. And then, you know, you realize you start having colonization too. And with colonization, now we have English speakers heading out into the world and bringing words back
Right.
from
Again,
other countries.
just like the very beginnings of English with disparate tribes sort of ending up having to interact with each other, it happened then again with the sort of empirical movement of
Right.
Britain, of now we're going out to other places, into other countries, and bringing our language to them and bringing their language to us, all of which results in this really mixed bag of a language that won't say no to anything,
Right.
right? And just pulls these pieces together and everyone goes, ooh.
And we have
Okay.
spelling from a lot of different areas. So
Right.
what we want you to do is pull out a piece of paper and Claire is going to
I
be,
made a beautiful chart, everyone. Oh, that's a wibbly wobbly line.
okay, they can only see the top of it.
It was a beautiful chart. Okay, this is your chart. Da,
Okay.
da, da.
So I'm going to give you some spellings that come from different languages and go ahead and write them on your chart.
Right. These
Okay.
three, just in particular, are languages or sort of the historical languages where we have a lot of obvious markers still
Yes,
in English
right,
from
right,
that.
right.
This is
I mean, we have words that come from here and there, like
Yeah,
Claire was
French
saying
on here.
Wednesday.
Yeah, French. I was just gonna say French.
Old
needs to be
French
on
is
here.
through here. So you
How
put
about we
Old
separate
French
French and
into Latin.
Yeah,
Oh.
we do usually separate French and Latin.
all right. Okay, just kidding. Don't make this chart. We need a fourth section. I knew we were missing one.
We
Okay.
do Greek, Latin, French, German. Oh,
Yeah.
Anglo-Saxon we often separate too, you guys. This needs to have more.
Yeah, you
All right,
know more.
we're gonna
I
get
think
5.
we put Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, we have it on our thing. I have notes on all of them.
Oh, you
All
do?
right.
Oh, yes, we do.
Don't
Well,
make
the
that
German,
chart.
no, you know why? Because the German, and we put German and Anglo-Saxon together.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would,
That's
so I
The
usually,
German
you know,
influence.
I usually do Greek, Latin, French, Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah,
rather
that's
Yes.
what
than
I, okay.
German.
We're good.
I had written above the Anglo-Saxon and Old
Greek.
French, Latin, and German, and that's what Claire saw.
Latin.
So she started.
Anglo-Saxon
And French.
1x, 2x's.
One.
1x. There you don't double X.
It's been a long day.
It is
Okay.
funny when you are writing in front of people and it's just like talking, writing, and all of a sudden you're like, how do I spell my name again?
Yeah, I don't even
Okay.
know who I am.
If you see what we have here is when Y represents a short or long I sound, that is Greek. So we kind of say Y equals I.
That is a Greek marker.
If you have a PH in the spelling, that is coming from the Greek.
PH saying F.
CH saying F, yes. If you have a CH in the spelling representing K, that is the Greek. If you see those O connecting vowels, that's Greek. Latin. Well, we know there are 3 connecting vowels. They
Mhm.
were
I, E, and U.
when we see words that end in this CT or PT, base words ending in CT and PT. If we have a QUE, oh, and also that
Nope,
soft
that's French.
C. I know I was getting there. I
Oh.
was going to French.
You were still in Latin though.
I know, but I was
We
about
have
to
French
tell
over
you.
here.
Oh, you want me to go here next? Is
No,
that what
it's
you're
fine. No,
saying?
no, no,
Oh,
you're good.
I was
Sorry.
just gonna.
You were moving on to French.
Yeah, sorry.
I just hadn't said it yet.
Gotcha.
I do want to tell you, Greek, another thing about Greek, we tend to have compound words,
Mm.
okay?
Repeat that with English.
Thermometer, thermometer.
You can get lots of compounds in Anglo-Saxon as well.
And yes, go ahead
Oh,
with
I got
compounds.
that.
You'll just notice very different kinds of spelling. in
With
those
Latin, we tend to have a lot of affixing.
Yeah, so lots of prefixes and suffixes.
And just so you know, I mean, I kind of have a little arrow going to French because that would be then true of French as well. Okay. Some of the, because French comes from Latin, you'll have some of the same. So I wanted to go on to French for that reason. So, oh, the other thing I was going to say, that soft C often is a little bit of an indicator that you should investigate Latin.
Yeah, like CE, CI, CY.
Yeah. Okay, the French, if you hear a K sound that's spelled QUE, that's French. And if the CH is representing an SH sound, that's French.
I'm going to put these in little quotes just to indicate.
Which ones are the sounds? Yeah,
There we go.
okay. The Anglo-Saxon, which does derive mostly from German languages, is when you see the GH, the lovely GHs that we have, and it's probably also these UGHs that are coming together that kind of create those OUGHs. Okay. If you see a CK representing, okay. If you see the TCH, DGE, a lot of our smack dabs,
A lot of our short words.
short, old peasant words, the
I'll write that down
old,
here.
everyday, common peasant words.
Can I add
This is-
WR?
Yeah,
Mhm.
WR and KN.
KN, yeah.
This is also where you're likely to see those O's represented by, or the U sounds represented by O's, but as we saw in the word one, not always, right?
O equals
Yeah,
Yeah.
equals this.
And sometimes you get the A equaling as well.
Yes, you can get that.
Words like what and want we have.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a word. And I want you to type in what language you think it is.
Can I add a couple more French as
Oh,
well?
yes,
Absolutely.
please.
Et at the ends.
Oh,
when you
yes.
see words that
A
end in
suffix.
that kind of et suffix, or sometimesette, because the French have a masculine feminine suffixing going on in their language.
They
That's
call those diminutive suffixes.
diminutive suffixes. Ion is a very French suffix that comes directly from Latin. Same.
We see that. I was gonna say that's definitely in both.
Yep.
places.
Same with, I believe, like, what's the other one that kids, OUS, is a very French suffix that comes directly from Latin. And then basically anything you see that ends in E with an accent, if we have any words that have an accent, they tend to come from French. Cafe and things like
Cafe.
that. Mm-hmm.
And some words, sometimes you'll see
when
words.
E says A, sorry, that's what I meant to say. Sometimes it doesn't have the accent, but when E at the ends of words like cafe says A, that's French from Latin. Yeah. Sorry, Mom. Go ahead.
Also, sometimes you'll see words that have this reversal between the R, E, E, R, like theater.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the one I forgot.
And what's the other one that you always see people use it? You know, you'll see the usage, the old usage of theater. There's another old
Well,
one.
we have the word
Center. That's the one I was thinking of, like the shopping
Century.
center.
Yeah.
but we
Century.
also have words that just end in that RE that tells you that's French, like genre, right?
Mhm. Yes, that RE ending. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't have given that example more. You could have
Oh,
part of our quiz.
Quiz time. Quiz time.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a word. Type in what it is,
What language it originates from?
what language it is. So your choices are Greek, Latin, Anglo-Saxon, French. You may sometimes feel like you want to say Latin if it's French still. Okay. Myth.
The word is myth.
The word is myth.
nice.
Nice job.
Okay.
Greek word.
Actor.
Actor.
Duck.
Hang on. Wait.
Oh.
We talked about that one.
Good actor.
So actor. We have to think about what the
Mhm.
what the base word is.
It's because of that CT in the base.
CT.
Sorry. I was looking down and I thought it was coming up.
Nope.
All right. How about duck?
Good.
Yes. And you can put AS for that if you want.
Just letting other people respond.
No, okay.
Yeah, that's an Anglo-Saxon word, duck, because we see that CK at
Keep
the
looking
end.
down and
Yeah.
not up. All right. How about mother?
Word is mother. Oh yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
duck.
Yeah.
I get that.
Your
Sorry.
new word is mother.
Yep.
Yeah, that's an Anglo-Saxon word
Good
because
old
of that.
peasant word and a very old word.
Saying yep, it's an old peasant word.
A queue. Get into the queue.
Form a queue.
Mm-hmm.
Nice job. Yep, which explains why the word queue is spelled Q-U-E-U-E, because the Q-U-E at the beginning
Isn't
is
it too?
just
Is it
Q-U-E-U-E
Ah, I
is
always
just
mess that
making
up.
that K sound followed by the U-E vowel team working together.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah. If you're ever like, why are there so many letters if it literally just says the first letter?
It says one sound, yeah.
How about chaos?
Chaos.
Good point, Nolani, that mater is Latin, but mother was the Anglo-Saxon version of that. Yeah.
All right. Yes, chaos is our Greek word. It's that CH
Well,
making a K sound.
And that is because, remember, things came through that Proto-Indo-European language. And so the word mother is actually very similar, and father too, are very similar across many of those languages.
That's right. One of my favorite thing is that in when Star Wars came out, they had to rename Darth Vader in Germany because Vader, V-A-D-E-R, which is how Vader is spelled, is father in German.
It's actually pronounced as an F.
Yeah,
think it's
fodder. Yeah. So it's a dead giveaway about Darth Vader.
That surprising ending is not surprising
like,
anymore. It's like, you're my father. Well, why are you surprised? I told you from the beginning.
So his German name is Dank Helm, which means
it's like-
dark helmet.
Ah, I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. Phonology. How about both those? Phonology, morphology, and orthography. Yeah, everyone. Great.
Greek, which is also not only the sort of that connector O is in that. We hear that low G. They're also really big science words, and a lot of our science words come from Greek.
You get the PH saying it.
Yeah, PH.
Oh, sorry. Can we add another one on Greek that if you
can
said
have whatever
PH
you want.
saying F, but PH can make other sounds, and it's pretty much the PH spelling is always Greek. I just wanted to say, like what's the, no, sorry,
You're thinking PS.
PS. That's what I meant to say. Add PS. That is
Oh,
awesome.
I was like, PH doesn't make
Yes,
It
another
doesn't
sense.
make other sense. I was just
Psychology.
like, there's another P. Yes, like psychology.
And I think the GN, isn't that Anglo-Saxon? Oh, wait a minute. Nope, because the cognition thing, that the knowing, to know, comes from Gnostic, and that's a GN. Yeah, I think GN is
I don't
Latin,
know about that
but
one.
don't put that down because I don't
Nobody
know for
knows.
Sure. Structure.
Structure.
Yeah, sometimes the animal words came from other languages too.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
My guess would be
Yep.
Africa.
Could be. Yeah, structure is a Latin word. We hear struct as our base word. That's CT.
How about knight, as in a knight in shining armor?
Mm-hmm.
I love the as, just as.
How about-
Anglo-Saxon. Nice job.
Antique. How about
Yes, antique is French. Nice.
laugh? Yep.
Laugh. Yep, that's that UGH at the end of it.
How about gym or
Like
gymnasium?
Going to the gym, yeah.
Yeah, not the name. Going to the gym, as in gymnasium. Greek.
Yep, nice job. That's Greek.
How about table?
We didn't put that one
We
on.
didn't.
No, we didn't,
we
but
didn't.
I gave you another clue about the word table.
You did.
Think about
Did.
those peasant words.
Old, simple, common words.
Right? Yep.
Yeah, go ahead and add that on there though, because I think the LE is Anglo-Saxon.
You know, more the reason I hesitate about that is because of the French.
Oh, well, I thought in French it's usually EL.
I don't know. You would know better than me.
I would have thought the EL came from French, but the LE came from Anglo-Saxon, but don't quote me on that. So maybe we should leave it off.
Is it Valerie who's French?
No, it's
Yeah, is she in this class?
I didn't think it's our other person whose name starts with a V who I'm forgetting right now. Who's French.
Sorry. I don't think she's in the class either. Machine. How about the word machine?
Machine.
Yep. You heard that. SH.
French.
Chaos.
We already did chaos.
Oh, we
I
did?
think we're good. Let's do one more. Let's do
We
that.
have this one and this one.
Okay, two more.
I didn't think you did chaos. Yeah.
Edge. Chaos is Greek, if you were answering that. Edge. Okay, and how about the
Anglo-Saxon,
last
Bishop?
one? Election. Yes, the lect.
Lect base word. We hear that CT again. And there's a prefix on the front, suffix on the back. Got some good affixes on that word as well.
Good stuff going on.
All right, nice job. We're gonna move away from
Very last thing
this.
before questions.
There's two minutes. There's this and then my sample.
Well, oh yeah, right.
Do we want to
You can go.
do? Yeah. Okay.
You can.
So if everyone has that, we are geared. Okay.
We were just talking about that LE.
Get a new. Yes.
Okay.
Speaking of the LE, this is a last little note. We are now on level 9. This is the final level.
I have some
Oh,
answers on that, by the way, according to Edom Online. So
Oh,
I'll give
cool.
it to you when you get there.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So we have the 7th job of the single silent E. Nope, it is not. What?
It's number
It's
10.
the 10th job.
Gosh, edit that on your charts, guys.
So sorry.
Page
It is the
Tracy, if
10th
you can
job of the
mark-
single silent E. Can I have that pen?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Which is this, the fact that it's actually not silent in this case because it creates a schwa, which we've now talked about, when it hangs out with a consonant and an L. So we get consonant LE together, and it makes this kind of sound. So we hear little, table, candle, I can buckle, right? We hear this sound, so it's almost like we're just producing an L sound. It's really hard to distinguish a vowel
Because it's a schwa.
because it's a schwa and it's an L. And L's are particularly tricky. They're hard to distinguish
They're
sometimes.
very vowel-like.
Yes. So we get this combination of a consonant LE at the end. Oops. So that is our 10th
So you can't use that
job.
marker.
No, good point. Wanted to anyway.
Sorry.
So that's okay. We have this schwa plus L creates this ul sound. So we've been talking about the consonant, like a BLE at the end, making that ul. So we hear schwa and L. There are 3 ways to spell this sound. The first one is the one that goes with the 10th job there, which is this LE, which is very often has some kind of consonant in front of it. Like I have my little example up there. I should move where my example is. Sorry, where the eraser go? Oh, you're holding it. Sorry. So examples would be like table and candle. Right? We see that together. These tend to be, when we see this spelling, this tends to be a base word, right? Table is our base word. Candle is most likely our base word. So it is this whole unit of meaning all by itself when we hear ul at the end of it. The other 2 spellings are actually suffixes. We see EL as one and AL as one. I'm going to go ahead and box them to distinguish the fact that these are suffixes that get added then to base words or onto other suffixes. Like we were just talking about with that little chart, we're talking about the fact that was EL on there as a Latin one? No.
Well, that's
We were
what we
debating.
That's what we were just
gonna
debating. I was going to say. I knew it was relevant.
if you want.
But what I like to do is I put this in kids' binders. We put it in their binders. And then when they hear ul, we kind of review. So when you hear ul, what are the most likely ways you're going to spell that?
Right.
And if it tends to be part of a base word, it tends to be the LE.
Right. As well as the one I forgot to add on here. If we hear able at the end of a word,
Or
we
able.
have that, or able, we hear that
Able.
ABLE, IBLE, oops, scooch you up, suffixes, but they are this whole unit together, right? We're not separating the LE from our AB or our IB. We have this whole suffix unit stuck together. So we're kind of reinforcing this collective idea that LE tends to be a part of.
I think this chart that when you hear ul, it's LE, EL, or AL is really important because a lot of struggling spellers often, for some reason, I don't know if I can tell you why, maybe because they hear the sound, but they always try UL. And that's like almost never it, unless you have a word that has that ULE suffix like module or capsule or something like that.
Right.
So I make this chart and we talk about these options being a lot because they zero in on the wrong vowel.
Yeah, I find once we refer to it a few times, then when I say, what are your options, they start getting that EL right away.
Right.
As an option. At least that is coming in, which is better than UL. You know, I mean, now it might not always be right. And then I'll be like, great, you did think of the most common one. Fortunately, this time it's AL, you know, that kind of
Yeah.
So what Edam Online says is
Yeah.
that the EL tends to be French. It comes from Old French, which is what I was thinking, because it is a diminutive suffix. So sometimes you can think about what they seem to be doing on the word, and that can give you some clarity, which is kind of how Edam Online sorts them. They think of EL and LE as being, you know, kind of the same suffix that can have various jobs, and depending on its jobs, depends on where it came from. So EL being diminutive is French. LE being derivational is Anglo-Saxon or Old.
Okay, so
You get that like nestle, wrestle, trample, draggle, struggle, twinkle. Most of the times we have LE, it's probably Anglo-Saxon.
it's an Anglo-Saxon suffix.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually suffix.
So can you give me an example of an EL word that's a French diminutive? They give you one?
It doesn't give me words here. It just tells me what it is. But if I click on it, I wonder if it'll give me some better examples. It's related to the ULE suffix. So I gave you those words, but that's not EL. I'm trying to find some.
I just wondered if you thought. Okay.
It didn't list any for me here, so I'll come back to you. I'll see if I can find a few.
Yeah, Andrea, I'm going to just say again kind of what I said about this ABLE and IBLE suffixes, that we're trying to solidify or kind of reinforce the idea that these are units, that the ABLE is a whole unit as a suffix, IBLE is a whole unit as a suffix, even though like with Maura's kind of figuring out that LE may have come from this Anglo-Saxon suffix. At this point, you know, we're thinking about these in our modern usage of the language, that this is a unit. So we want to reinforce this ABLE as like a constantly, you're not breaking it apart and going, oh, I don't know what's making this ul sound. Could it be one of these other things? Well, no, because this is the unit. This is how this unit is constructed.
It did have an interesting line after the EL says it's diminutive from Old French, but then it said, though not always perceived as such in modern English.
So we don't see it as a diminutive.
Like it doesn't feel diminutive for our meaning. Yeah, that's how I interpret that.
You know, and if you think about it, it was like when I said the word packet, you could picture that's a little pack or little package, right? But when I said bucket, we don't use buck as a container anymore. Or pocket, what's a pock? Like those were actually words that were used, but we don't use them now. You do picture it in the word ticket, right? So it's the same thing kind of happens, is that it's not always going to still be so obvious to us anymore.
I've got a few words like carousel, minstrel, okay, shrapnel. You have those ELs. We aren't perceiving them as diminutive, but that's where they came from.
I thought we should add, I mean, do we want to do that?
I was going to
third
do
thing?
that first.
Yes, and then
add it
I'll
back.
just add these three things.
Okay, so I have sort of one last
Strategy.
or not a suffix. Oh, okay, yeah. To clarify this little thing here, this was sort of our theory that we get this LE as part of a base word, but Maura has just discovered that it is this Anglo-Saxon suffix. So I guess it is a suffix as well. The thing that's kind of important to remember here is, again, it depends on how deep you want to go into this history. If your kid is really struggling with connecting, you know, getting this LE as kind of this ending of these simpler, you know, kind of feels like a whole word unit, base word together, then I would emphasize that thinking about it as LE happens with this consonant LE ending. We have this whole idea of a table. We can add suffixes and prefixes to it. And that's as far as we go.
Right. And it might, and you can even say, if you know, I mean, it's not like we're keeping anything, you know, I mean, you can even say, actually a long time ago, some of these words were built. This may have been a suffix, but now we really see it as a whole word. They get that.
Right.
They get that. The other thing is they do tend to be peasant words.
Yeah. Again,
so that's helpful.
Yeah. So that's kind of up to you in terms of if they're like, ooh, that's really exciting, I want to learn more about that, then yeah, feel free to dive into it. But if it just becomes a point of confusion, then it's maybe not the most practical or effective, you know, way of teaching that particular piece.
And you know, that's somewhat the difference between, like, we're not linguists, right? We're educators. So our whole thing is we want to teach the truth, but we also want to do it in a way that makes sense for kids and is helpful and goes as far as they need to go. And if you go a little farther for this kid, because they're super interested, and this kid is getting really confused, and we need to kind of pull back because we need to help them where they're at.
Can I make a point too here about how Pete Bowers, I know, talks about suffixes that he calls productive, as in they're kind of still being used to build new words in our language. Very old, non-productive suffixes that are no longer being used to create things. So if you read the blog I posted that we did a while ago about the word said, like said has a D past tense suffix. Well, we no longer use D as a suffix. So to analyze the word said with a student, you can, when you're talking about how to spell it, you can show that that was old. But to be like looking for D's that are suffixes and marking them as suffixes, they're like very old suffixes that were used to build some words that we no longer use to build words. Same is kind of for this LE and EL. Like EL is a derivational suffix from French, or diminutive, I mean, but it doesn't feel diminutive to us anymore, so it may not be functional for a student to be having them break that off, right? When it doesn't feel like it's creating a diminutive in words like minstrel or carousel or something like that, okay?
Right. So we do try to be functional too.
Yep.
Right. Okay. If everyone has this, I'm going to show sort of
Kind of a quick ending.
a
right?
quick ending here that is an activity that I like to do with my students if we've done word study stuff, if we're familiar with word study. And this is also a review of some Edym Online, which is that resource we gave you, that online etymology dictionary, and kind of going over another way to use it. And I think last week you talked about that, like it's a ton of information. I just want to say this is their entry for the verb form of say. I just printed it out. This is a ton of information, and it's very jargon heavy. It's difficult to sift through. But what this does provide, other than kind of some cool history and information, is a really good, I'm going to zoom in a second here, and you don't need to be reading it yet. It's just kind of my example here of, it provides a good view of how you actually sift through information from a researching standpoint, how you organize information, especially when you're presented with like, bleh, here's a ton of stuff.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah, I will in just a second, Maura.
She wants you to appreciate how
I just want you to see how much
there is.
information is here. Yeah.
Sure.
And I need to use the bottom of this piece of paper. So what I do with my students, and I'm going to take you through this really quickly. So I apologize ahead of time for any brain stuff. Because I would normally do this across like an hour lesson or, across a longer amount of time. But essentially, I got a bunch of highlighters here, and I tend to have them find about 4 pieces of information. So we find 4 colors. I'm going to do that real quick.
Can you try focusing the screen? Sorry, it's just
Sure.
very blurry for us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I don't know if that's going to help because it's so far away and it's such light text. That's why I thought.
Well, yeah, I'm writing down here though first.
It's fine. We'll be able to focus in a minute. Yeah.
Okay. And I have them make a little key at the bottom. So what I'll do is I will say that anything I highlight in red is going to be a language. I'll leave these to the side here. Anything I highlight in blue is going to be a form of the word, whatever word it is that we are talking about. So it could be another language's, kind of translation of that word. It could be the older English version of that word, whatever that might be. Anything in orange is going to be the definition. Thank you. And anything in my purpley pink here is going to be a year. Those tend to be kind of the 4 big thing. These are just they're just like clicky highlighters, if you're wondering what I'm using. They're just Sharpie clicky highlighters. And I have them set, sometimes I'll just have them put their pens next to, so we have language, form of the word, definition, and year. And they keep those on the bottom or next to it. And then we actually start reading.
Now you can zoom.
So now I'm zoomed in a little bit more. And so I'm going to kind of read out loud as we're going. But the first thing that we see is we're talking about the word say. So I'm going to highlight that to begin with. That's my form. That's my version of the word, is the word say. The first thing I see is that it's Old English, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, Segan, maybe. So the first thing I saw was a language. So it's from Old English, and I see another form of the word. Old English, Segan, followed by, and I tell my kids this, anything in quotes is a definition. So to utter, inform, speak, tell, or relate. So they're going to
I often have them circle quotes so that they can zoom in on those definitions easily too.
Oh,
like
nice.
with a pencil.
That
Yeah.
works too. Woohoo. So I'm gonna go ahead and highlight this whole thing. But yeah, circling them is another good way. Make that a little bit better. And we keep going. So we kind of break it into these little chunks. And this is definitely me leading them because they're not, sometimes my kids will look at this and they're just like, oh, I'm just going to read the whole thing. So I might tell them, okay, stop. What do we know so far? All right, we have our language, a word, and its definition. Okay, let's keep going. From Proto-Germanic. Like, hey, that's another language. So we're going to highlight it.
And remember, proto just means that it's kind of being built by the linguists. They don't have clear evidence of the spelling. They're kind of estimating based on other
Did
history.
you talk about the word from?
I didn't. I've actually forgot to mention that. I
Yeah.
will sometimes.
Can you circle that so that they
Yeah.
can see
Or you can
Yeah,
do it in this
with a
pink.
pencil or something?
Yeah, I'll circle it with the pink. Yeah, sometimes I will also have them mark the word from. Sometimes I'll have them included in the language. So it's like from Proto-Germanic. So we get this idea of a movement through history.
Yeah, I always say when we see the word from, and sometimes we'll write that. When we see from, it equals going back in time. And so we'll write equals back in time or something. So that they know we're moving backwards so we can see this progression of the language. Like, this is where it is now. It's from this, which was from this, which was from this.
Right.
So that's something we often note.
And then we keep going. So we have this sagenon, which is another form of the word. And this is where, depending on how my kid is doing with this, depending on if they're really into it, I will sometimes ignore parenthetical marks because they tend to provide a ton more information. In this case, it tells us about a ton of other languages that have versions of this word. And if my point is that this is a super old word that appears in a lot of places, we might go through and go, okay, we're going to highlight Old Saxon with the word Segian, Old Norse, Segja, Danish, Sieg, right? You get the point. That it keeps going through all of these languages. And we would do this whole section.
By the way, you can read through that color easier in person than
Yes.
you can up on the
Sorry.
screen. But yeah, you might want to pick your colors so you're
Right.
sure. I mean,
That's a very good point.
it just so happened that it doesn't read well on the screen, but
Right.
you can still read through it here.
And it goes all the way. We have another from. And then I might remind them, we may have talked about this before, that PIE stands for our Proto-Indo-European, the super old language. So that is one of our languages. And we have this old form of the word, Sokyo, maybe, from this root of sek, which means to say or utter. And I'm going to pause there. We'd probably go
Because
through
you got the idea.
the rest of the paragraph, but by highlighting it, by breaking it into these sort of chunks, we can now go back and say, oh yeah, orange is our definition. So we can find all of our definitions and we can go, oh yeah, this word meant that. Oh, and here's our ancient definition. Does it still mean this? And we go, actually, yeah, hey, that's how I would define.
And you know, you
still.
can chart this. So you go from earliest to
Mhm.
oldest or youngest, or from youngest back all the way down to earliest. And you can create kind of that T chart where you have language or a 3-part chart where you have language, word, meaning. Language, word, meaning.
Yep.
Language, word, meaning. But to get that information on a chart, this has to happen. And this might be enough. You don't have to chart it.
Right.
It just depends.
Right. And then we might do, we're going to talk about it. We might actually turn this, I know Maura's done this before with older students, we might turn this into a paragraph. Like essentially you're going to write a paragraph either about the history of this word. So you had a paragraph, we kind of took notes in the form of highlighting and breaking it apart. And now we're going to turn that back into what do you know about the history of the word say? You know?
I'm gonna make one more note too. So instead of just highlighting anything as a language, we'll do that, but we'll pick a separate color for once we've gotten to Latin or Greek. So if we find something that says Latin or Greek, that gets its own color because typically then you've found the root, right? So by the time you've gotten all the way back to Latin or Greek, sometimes the proto, the PIE, but usually it'll have Latin or Greek somewhere on there.
Right.
But this one came through German. So that's the thing we have to remember. Lots of words still come through
But
German.
it does say Old Latin insecqua there to say.
Yeah,
or so.
it's everywhere, which is actually a cool thing about this word, and something that might be, you know, worth talking about. That, like, look how many languages, if we did all of our red highlighting, look how many pieces of red there are. Look how many languages have a version of this word. It's everywhere, right? And it's pretty cool then to have that kind of conversation, that we have this like almost universal word. So that's that activity. Thought you guys might want to see
So
it.
today we added 3, I have Claire write again. We added 3 multi-sensory strategies that you didn't have before. So one of them we showed you first today was the word web. That's a multi-sensory strategy you can use. With the L, we showed you that EL spelling, that schwa L, we showed you that you can make a graphic.
You actually talked
And-
about a lot of graphics for like the there, and there.
Yes,
and
we
all
talked
kinds
about
of
a lot of different graphics. I just mentioned charting. We actually did not mention that as a strategy, but I had you chart.
Yeah, we did.
We
do
just
charting.
had you do charting when we did what language did these words come from.
Well, and like we were just talking about with this activity,
Yes,
is you can then take this and make a chart from it.
right. And the last one Claire just showed you also was highlighting.
Highlighting, or it's a form of annotating.
It's kind of
right?
like, yeah, annotating, analyzing, highlighting to annotate, I guess.
That's just
Okay.
adding to our multisensory strategy page that we had started during part 1.
And we'll leave that there for a few minutes so you have time. And we are now to questions. Looks like we have done a lot of interactive question answering as we've gone, which is great because, you know, I think that's how word study is,
Yeah.
you know. Maura, you want to pull that up so we can leave our document camera up? Oh,
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter.
We have
Oh,
one
yes, we can do it.
question.
Oh, we can do it either way. Sorry, I was confused.
Real quick, I'll answer Chantel's question. The blue color on that Edum Online entry that I did was the form of the word. So say is the current form, goes back to like
Let's show that.
Sekon, Sagjanon. So those are all the different languages or the language forms of that word.
Maybe we'll leave this
Yeah.
like that so you can see.
Yeah, that'll work. And then if anybody else, I don't know if we kind of opened it, but yeah, to add questions to the Q&A if you have those content specific questions. You
Yeah.
currently have
So
those.
actually, Lanny's question we kind of already answered about do we really adhere to these particular levels, or if we see a child or student has familiarity with concepts that are on multiple levels, do you just roll with it? Yeah, pretty much we roll with it, you know. I think that is the beauty of this. What I hope you get more than anything is that now I have a method and a strategy, and I'm going to start to weave this into, you know, our education. That's what we're going to do. And I think that that's really important because every child represented by all of you here, you know, is not going to have the same response level, the same spelling needs, the same reading level, the ability to, you know, sort through this information, you know, so we kind of do it on these different levels with kids.
I'm going to flip back to our faces. So if anybody still needs to see anything here, let me know.
Can you flash the, never mind.
What?
Answer
Oh,
live.
what? Sorry.
I was gonna say just the whole list again of the
Oh,
things
they
that
need to
happened that
see
was
that.
covered
I don't
up.
know. Does anybody need to see it? It is mostly from last.
And then there
week's.
was a question about Pinwheels. Pinwheels is going to be sold in 3 parts. I don't know if that's going to be long-term or just as we're creating it, but only part 1 will be coming out. We are very behind due to various things. One of it is because we really started rethinking how to make it more user-friendly for how much more training. We really want to learn from what we're doing on our webinars, how much better people do when they can watch video. So we film some videos, and we want to be sure that we were really matching up reading, writing, and reading with the writing. And Tracy is writing all these stories and painting and doing all the illustrations, and that is extremely time consuming. So those things, along with some family deaths and illnesses, have postponed the release of it. We want to be sure that we know we are where we need to be with level 2 before we release level 1. So this is a conversation we're having soon, but it will be sold in 3 parts. Okay.
Boop.
So it is interesting about this idea about using dictionaries and alphabetizing. I
Reference
think
material.
if you notice recently, we've had some things out about how I've started teaching some of my students the alphabet in chunks. I cleaned off, so I'm all blue. And one of the things I realized is that some of my kids who struggle with memory, they weren't holding alphabet chunks in their head. So I happened to be looking something up, and I was thinking LMNOP, right? Like I just like use these alphabet chunks to let me know where I am in the dictionary. I'm looking for H, I, J, K, right? So I'm thinking, and I just pull out these chunks of the alphabet all the time. And I realized, you know what? Not all my kids know how to do that. So when we ask them to alphabetize, they also can't pull they're back to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Okay, where was I now? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, H, I, J. Okay, where's J, right? Like that's a lot, where I just go H, I, J. You know, and a lot of times I do that like really fast in my head, I don't even notice it, right? So be thinking about that when you're looking up words. I mean, and then when you add online to it, all you have to do is type something in and it comes up. You don't have to look at how it's alphabetized. But we have started talking about, you know, alphabetizing more things with our kids.
Yeah. There's also just that level of, and I think this came from in reference to that Edum Online arrangement, kind of the annotation that we were doing, is alphabetizing is a huge skill to be able to have and to be able to look up information. Also being able to just sort through information once you've found it, right? If you find a dictionary entry, do you have the ability to actually kind of compartmentalize almost all these different pieces? Can you separate the definition from the pronunciation, from the usage, from the grammatical marking, and learn what you want to actually glean from that information? Or are you stuck at this point of like, now I'm just reading these words and I don't know what they are, right? So taking those moments, actually explicitly teaching how to look something up is kind of one of those weird, like, you look stuff up to learn things, but you have to learn how to look something up. So that Edum Online thing,
parsing through
yeah,
what
parsing information. That's good. Thank you. That was the phrase I wanted. So
Yeah.
that Edum,
Yeah. There's 2 skills there: the looking up and then the parsing through. Yeah.
Yep. So the Edum Online or things like that, you can take dictionary entries, you can take even just Googling, right, and finding like the word origin. That's still a lot of big chunks of info that can come at you or at your student, and they have to be able to deal with it.
Using the John Ato book for that exercise Claire showed you with the highlighters would be, you could also take entries from there. And like, okay, if I say the answer's in here and then you read all that and you're like, I'm still confused, then your student is not parsing information. They're not learning how to use a resource to then glean information. So you want to do those really narrow focus type activities where your goal is really, well, how do I parse through a lot of text, right? When a lot of reportive or instructional type text like that.
Right. Okay, it looks like we had a couple more questions just added real quick.
So Valerie asked, give us a quick ad for the grammar class and the reading comprehension class. That's funny. So I want you to know.
I almost wore my grammar earrings today. I didn't. I almost
the
did.
more I work with kids, the more I see how all roads lead to grammar. It is the structure of our language system. And
the structure of understanding our language system.
And organizing it.
Organizing.
And
I just mean like word study.
And
Word
store, well, that's the structure of the word.
of the words. That's what I was getting to. Like
Right.
word study is the structure of individual words, right? And then we get to this wider like comprehension of it, organization of it.
So you can think of grammar in terms of words, sentences, paragraphs, bigger context, right? So the word grammar, you've kind of seen, right? We kind of did it here today. We didn't talk about what happens when you add those suffixes, but when you add those suffixes, you're changing the grammatical structure of the word. But some words can be used in multiple ways. It isn't until they're in context, in sentences, and used in relationship to each other that we start seeing what those words function as.
Yep.
So we have the function and the meaning playing together, and it builds meaning. And you have to be able to formulate ideas, and you need a structure to do that on. So what happens is the more I work with kids, the more I will go like, aha, I need to add grammar to this. And every time I do,
It's
things
better.
ramp up.
Yep.
I mean, kids are learning vocabulary words. I start working on the grammar of those words as well as what the meaning is. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, I remember my words better now. Grammar is like houses everything,
Yeah.
right? And on top of it all, you can't get kids to work independently on revision until they understand grammar better. So no matter where your child is, as always, we're presenting it.
Yep.
Because we have kids who walk in the door that are all over the map. I
And
can
I
have a child who has pretty significant dyslexia and excellent grammar skills. So, I can have a child who has no problems reading and their grammar is a mess, or I can have this mix, right? So, and they can be all different ages. But what we do is we really work on it in this functional way, and we use it to help comprehend. And we also use it for editing.
I just wanted to add too that sometimes people are like, well, is having good grammar really that important? This isn't really necessarily about the good versus bad grammar or what's considered accepted versus not.
Yeah.
The grammar of spoken language is a natural process. The grammar as applies to writing has to be explicitly taught. Kids can learn spoken language grammar through speaking and engaging with people. Kids do not learn how that grammar translates to the page unless you explicitly teach and practice the building the structure of sentences up from the ground. So just like people say, will my child learn to read by just being exposed to books? No, reading is a code that needs to be taught. Will my child learn to write by just hearing language and being able to get it on a page? No, writing is a structure that needs to be taught, and grammar is huge in that. So that's my
Right. So could I naturally have a sense? Well, there's something about that sentence that doesn't sound right, but I don't know why. Yes, maybe. But that will really break down quickly when you get into more formal writing.
Yeah.
And I do miss things, let me tell you. And I always had a real natural sense of grammar. It was the kind of thing where mostly, I struggled with spelling. Grammar, mostly not at all, except if you gave me a test and asked me what things were. I was fine for a while, and then I started to fall apart because it was all about name this, label this. And that's not the way we teach it at all.
Right.
At all.
I was
we
gonna
do
say
teach you the labels, but
Well,
it's
yes, but we
not
get
the
to them once we know the function.
I was gonna say, if you want to that piece of like your child's writing to become more that kind of crossing that bridge of like they can write stuff, but now it's more engaging or more interesting or more descriptive or more varied, right? Just something that kind of she was saying like formal writing or more just complex, right? More complex writing. Grammar is also that's the road. That's
also clear. We get kids who really
clear.
struggle with the clarity of sentences. Their writing is really jumbled, right? Why? Because they don't know the structure of written language, right?
So the reading comprehension, a lot of times we'll put something up that we've done with a book that we're working on with kids, and everybody will be like, hey, do you sell that? We realize that there's a couple things about reading comprehension. One, we really have not, and reading accuracy. So we really haven't addressed reading accuracy very well for the struggling reader and what some of our strategies are for helping them. So we wanted to include that. But also, how do we help kids connect with text? We have a little bit of that out there in Trees in the Forest,
In
and explore a
annotating
story.
literary elements.
in annotating literary elements. But there are these other levels, this overlap between some of these skills in the ways we work on reading comprehension that we want to be able to share with you.
Mhm.
And so that you can begin to do some of this on your own. So, and how we want to always connect everything back to writing.
So that was a plug for the reading accuracy
and that
comprehension
was,
classes
yes,
that
reading
we-
accuracy and comprehension. So how's that for a plug?
I'm going to skip down to Valerie's question real quick because it's related. She's asking if we use sentence diagramming. We don't. We have a sentence analysis sort of system in terms of, like, diagramming is a system of looking at how a sentence is constructed. We have a system that does that. We actually have two different systems. But they're more about looking at the pieces in terms of the meaningful chunks of a sentence, the what's the word I want? The parts of a sentence versus parts of speech. So instead of specifically labeling like this is an adjective, we're talking more about what does it do in this sentence? Well, it's enhancing what we understand about the dog because now it's a fuzzy dog, right?
If you want to hear Rita and I's little soapbox about sentence diagramming, come listen to our talk in Orlando, Florida at the ASHA convention.
Because we were talking about, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, we were just talking about how I was reading this article and they were like, and of course you want to teach explicitly and use, visuals with kids. So sentence diagramming is a great way to do that. And I turned to Maura and I was like, look at this, there's nothing about this that I think kids get. And also you really mostly have to be very good at grammar to diagram.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, if you think about it, sentence diagramming is almost like a whole nother code you have to learn. It's not like, hey, here's this confusing sentence. Now I'm gonna put up this diagram and it makes it easier to understand. That is not the case with sentence diagramming. If I give you a sentence diagram and you don't know how to sentence diagram or what that whole code is all about, it's even more confusing. So here's a confusing diagram to help you with this already confusing sentence, right? We try to work very functionally first, so kids are actually comprehending the chunks of the sentence they need to be successfully keeping up with the complex text, right? And then, we do teach you all of the parts and ways you can parse out, and we have our own kind of marking system. You can certainly, if you have a grammar lover who's all about it, do some sentence diagramming, but it is not for struggling learners in our opinion. So we don't teach it in the class.
Can I answer that question too?
To make sense of the grammar class, do you need the grammar curriculum that you sell? No, but most people will want it.
It's a supplement, just like
it's
the
a
word study
supplement.
curriculum is for
Right.
this class. You
Right.
don't need it, but
Right.
we talk
We
about
show
it.
you how we use certain materials and you can create your own. And you also could use ours.
It makes
as I
life
said,
easier on you.
we mostly set out as written language to have classes. And what we learned is a lot of people were saying, do you have that? Can I buy that? Can you make that? Can you, just like you did here, can you send those visuals
Pages,
that we
yeah.
put, will you send those pages? Hey, can we have that elephant? Can we have that? So we just really started to create things. So do a bundle for everything. We could do bundle
I
of
just
class
had some
and
thoughts. I got some thoughts.
yeah, right. But the other thing is we are small and our website is limited by our
In all your free time.
our website is limited by how much Claire knows about building websites, right? Which this is not her field.
Fast.
And
So
it's way
much.
more than me. But we already are hitting a point, where we're starting to see that, even our website needs to be able to do more things. So sometimes things don't flow and aren't bundled as much because it can be complicated in how they all work,
Some people
Okay.
are signing off, so I'm waving. Bye-bye.
Yes, fine.
All right, we're gonna answer. We have these last two questions on here. Brandy was asking if a child is looking through words like variable, is it the C plus LE syllable and the base word vary plus ABLE with spelling Y to an I rule? Or does it not fit in that syllable type? My son wants to put it in both categories. Is it okay to let that happen?
My guess is it's the Y to an I
With
the
ABLE.
ABLE.
So I was going to say the ABLE suffix is a consonant plus LE, right? It is happening in that.
But really, those are just syllable types. They
Yeah.
don't have anything to do with word study.
Exactly. So you
Honestly.
can kind of categorize it in both ways. When you're talking about the syllable type, it is consonant plus LE. Great, right?
Just
we
like-
recognize it.
Just like the prefix DE is an open syllable.
Right. But it is also the base word very, and I agree with you. It's probably very, the Y changes to an I, and you add the ABLE suffix. So understanding both of those categories as a way to sort it is important, right? It's like sorting sound versus suffixing, right? And here we're doing it with syllable types versus base word suffix combination. So I think
Right.
that's totally fine.
And we actually, didn't we show that?
Yeah,
at
we
the
showed it in
first
the first
class
class.
where we separate by syllable, variable, right? And then we separate by word parts. We do that dual analysis.
Mhm.
So you can
So-
actually do both. Okay.
Totally awesome. Okay, I'm gonna get actually. Val, you're very interested in grammar. Cracks me
That
up.
was just the first one's just a comment, I think.
Yeah. Do older students work well with the grammar bugs, or do they find it childish? A lot of our students really like the grammar bugs. I mean, in some ways, when you first pull them out, it's kind of like, okay, you want me to do what? Like on bugs? And then it's
What
like,
will make
let me
it not
this.
what will make it not childish, Valerie, is what is the level of sentence you're working on should be appropriate to what they're doing, and the bug is just there to help them parse those pieces out. It's essentially like more manipulative, more functional sentence diagramming,
Mhm.
right? And so they pretty much get over the bug thing if they think it looks kind of childish pretty quickly, because they can see that, oh, as I'm building these pieces of this sentence that's very age appropriate, this is very helpful.
So I had a student who started making, because there were Star Wars sentences, he started making these various Star Wars
Like mutant
creatures.
bugs. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
doing like AT-ATs.
he wanted to draw his own. He didn't want to do the
Autonomous.
bugs. And the thing is, the bugs showed him the structure,
Yeah.
and then he could draw his own.
Yep.
And so what I've had older students do is I'm like, you know what, we're going to put this on bugs. Then we're going to translate it onto the paper. And then I'm like, so imagine after we built this bug, imagine that this word is the head and we draw the head on it. And then what does that mean for this sentence? And so we just kind of like work between the two. And then like I only use the bugs as long as they need that. But what they need often is the structure. So sometimes I'll say to a student, do you feel like we need to put this on a bug? Because I'm feeling like this is like getting really convoluted. This sentence is crazy. And the student will go, yeah, let's pull out the bugs. And I mean high school kids.
Mhm.
Because they realize like, wow, this one's just blown me away. I need to be able to see it in this easy way. And I think if you present it that way, like this isn't a matter of being sophisticated or unsophisticated. This is a matter of being functional and having it make sense. And this is the way it makes sense.
Right. It's a metaphor they can actually really
Yeah, it's metaphor.
solidify.
Right,
They can
right.
hold on to really, really well.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so then Valerie also said, I would still love to see an actual tutoring session with the child that you work with on a weekly basis to see how all this actually works in practice in an hour session with a student. Yeah,
Unfortunately, we'd have to get parent permission for that kind of thing. Because it is privacy issues, but that's something to consider.
something to consider. We don't really have the setup with cameras right now, especially in a way that kids would not be sitting there the whole time thinking, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I'm being
also
filmed this
kids
whole
would
time."
be probably pretty disrupted by that kind of thing. Yeah.
But you know, so much to do, so many good things for the future. So
That's right. Food for thought.
food for thought.
All right. Okay. That
Yeah,
was my
I
great
think
sign off.
we're done.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're done, and I
know
think
where I'm
half the
going.
people have gone to
I
do
think
something
they are.
else.
Yeah,
so-
I think I've gone to do something
Yes.
else apparently.
So thank you for coming. Thank you for being patient with all the illness. Hopefully, Maura, you're not going to tank as much as I did. And
Hanging in
Don't
there.
breathe on me.
oh, I love. Pam said we use bug as a verb. Let's go bug that.
Let's go back.
I love
love it.
that.
That's cool.
Okay. Well, I hope you got a lot out of this and that you are going to join in. There's lots of word study talk on our Rooted community that goes on all the time, as does grammar talk, as does phonics talk. Yeah, right.
Word-
It's all there. Spelling.
Book study stuff.
Yes. So if you're not in the community, please join us. And we'd love to see if anybody's drawing up any interesting matrices. I want to see Brandy's, what was it, Godzilla? I
Yeah.
want to see
Well,
Godzilla.
Gojira.
Oh, and
we
it's
want
Dino
Godzilla.
Week month, Brandy. So
Dino-vember.
we think we should see some
dinosaur
Pterodactyl.
Yeah, oh, pterodactyl will be perfect.
Yeah.
A
Clarodactyl.
Pterodactyl, we call it.
Pterodactyl.
That's right. So anyway, okay. It was great seeing everyone. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Right.